don't see it live. We do not see it live.
Hello everyone, welcome back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We are in Montesilvano, Italy, and this is the 7th round of the 11th round competition. In the studio, we are your hosts, myself, Woman Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and our chess expert, Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Artur, we had, as well as the chess players, day off, and we're coming back with a new energy. How do you feel today?
Definitely with much more energy, because yesterday was the rest day, which also was a perfect chance for every player to prepare a little bit better for the very vital round 7, because during this round we are going to see very important clashes between the leaders. Several boards feature sole leaders meeting their most direct rival, so I think it's going to be a very exciting day.
It's going to be a very exciting day. It's time to pull up the pairings on the screen and check it out, what is happening in every category that we have. Arturs, what do we have in the open category in 7th round?
Right, so Alexei Grebnev, the sole leader, is facing the Hungarian Lukáš Auguston from Hungary, who is trailing behind by half a point. So perhaps for the Hungarian, this is a perfect chance. Try to catch the leader, who so far has been having had a really great run. Second board, Aldiyar Ansat from Kazakhstan is facing the Indian Ilam Bharti. Then we move on to the open section number 16, where the sole leader, Jan Klimkovsky, who right now has a perfect score, 6 out of 6, he's facing Jakub Seeman. And actually, this game, Keti, will be definitely one of the most important games of the round, because not only they're the two leaders, they're actually very good friends. And as Klimkovsky would have revealed it when he was here in the studio 2 days ago, after his phenomenal 6 out of 6 run, scoring the 6th victory in a row, he said that very often they would even share the same room in tournaments. As I understand, not here. They're very friendly. We're going to talk about it a bit later, but definitely that's the match to follow. And of course, it also today will feature a special guest, because the first ceremonial move will be made by FIDE Secretary General Lukáš Turle.
That's right, and I suggest to go to the playing venue right away to check out, as we are hearing now the announcement. Very likely this special guest is already in the playing venue, and we can check it out. We know which board will be taken, so the playing venue is the thing we want to see right now on the screen to check it out, what is happening.
Yep. Maybe let's now go to the playing venue and go back once again with the pairings and rankings and see whatever is happening, because we don't want to miss the ceremonial move. We don't have a special guest every round. Here you see this is the huge playing venue here in Montesilvano, Italy, which is a Congress Center Pala Dean Martin. As you can see, about 800 players here from about 80 countries in the world have arrived here to play. On top of the hall, the very far end of the hall, you can see there's the so-called podium where the top 2 players from every age category are playing to get more recognition. And also, this will be the place where the ceremonial move will be made.
That's right. 2 minutes before the start of the round 7. The most of the players are already in the playing venue. Some of them might also be outside. There is a very long queue, as usually. Players are getting checked, and here we can see the close-up of the podium 1 minute and 16 seconds before the start of the round 7, and we can see some of the players are even running towards their board and handshaking, and this is the board that we're gonna pay the most of the attention. Open under 16. Here will be the first ceremonial move. 2 Polish players on the first board. Łukasz Torli, also himself from Poland, the Secretary General of FIDE, have this honor actually to make the first move, and now there is a handshake. This is the future of Polish chess, and this moment will be in the memories. So we had a first move. Do you think they will change the first move, Arturs?
To be honest, I didn't even see what was the move that Turley chose there, but according to the rules, you are not obliged to play that move. Okay, sometimes the special guest asks the players what kind of move to make. We are going to see that. Here we still see a very nice view on these top 2 boards under 16. In front you can see that is Leonardo Costa, also one of the leaders who is trying to chase down the sole leader. He has right now 5.5 points out of 6, and today he is facing Batso Hanan from Mongolia. And as soon as the games are starting, and yeah, I think they are starting, Keti, so maybe we could go back once again to the pairings and finish what we started.
We have to, and we have not checked out what is happening in the girls section. Under 18, 2 leaders here are facing each other, and on the first board we do have Ayan Hevidiyeva from Azerbaijan against Elizaveta Herbenshikova. They are both the leaders, and we have here Ayan from Azerbaijan is half a point ahead of 5 other participants. And girls under 16, we do have first seeded player Alua Nurmanova back on the first board. She is facing the sole leader of the event, Chukia Wang, who has 5.5 points. And then we have girls under 14. Here we do have Anastasia Kirtazev from Georgia facing now Anna Schuchman. Anna is first seeded player, and Anastasia already took down number 2 seeded player, Afruza, number 3 player in the previous round, and now she is facing the number 1, and this match will be one of the key that we're gonna take a look at. And Arturs, there is a very, very known last name on the screen as well, Oksana Goryachkina. What we can say about this player?
She is the younger sister of Alexandra Goryachkina. And as you can see, definitely playing chess well runs in the family, because it's not only Alexandra, of course, one of the highest rated players in the women chess so far. So Oksana is making also waves and trying to follow the steps of her older sister. Let's now check also the current rankings of all the age groups, and this is the age category under 14. On the left is open section, on the right it's girls. As you can see,
we see those names actually, Arturs, leading already from the round 3, and we don't have really much of the changes in those standings. And the question is if we're going to have some of the new names in the second part of the tournament. I think it's time to go to the playing venue and pull up the chessboard on the screen and start to talk a little bit about chess part. And this is another category what we have here. We have Jan Klimkowski, the sole leader in the under 16 age category. Arturs, besides chess, I really wonder how the players spend their day off, how they grab all this energy back, and what will be their moves, the open choices. Do you think that we might have here more sharp and more challenging openings as the players had enough time to get ready for it?
Well, probably, Keti, the players get a chance to do a little bit more preparation than usual because the pairings already were made the day before yesterday, right after the round 6. So the players had the chance to have this full day for extra preparation, which of course is very important. But yesterday, I mean, like we already mentioned, that it was the rest day, and some of the players chose this opportunity to relax. I also was taking a very nice walk near the shore, near the Adriatic Sea. We have a very nice coastline, several hotels here positioned close to the Adriatic Sea, and the weather was really nice. And I saw several players also enjoying the time, swimming even, or playing some sports. There was a special excursion organized by the players. You could go to Rome and back. I know that some people did it, but definitely, I mean, those who are fighting for the first places, I think they probably didn't use this chance, so they were preparing using this extra day.
Yes, and there is one case like that. I saw some of the photos on Facebook. The part of Georgian delegation went to Rome to see the city, and there was one girl sitting in the hotel lobby trying to connect to internet and probably was preparing against her today's game opponent in the lobby almost like whole morning, and that was Anastasia Kirtadze. That makes a lot of sense to stay at the hotel and get ready for your very important round. But you know, these kids, they have their own ways to deal with the days and with the competition. We can see now both of these players, Anna Schichman and Anastasia Kirtadze, were on the screen. So it is interesting. It is interesting what will be their games now. Sometimes we can feel when we have already round 7, round 8, last rounds, that the players are tired, and we can see it on the board. But now I think they are well rested and they are ready with new energy to fight for the best.
All right, I think it's time for us to start to look at the games. Here you see some very nice full screen views on the top boards. The players are showing what they have prepared during the rest day. We are going to start with the open section under 18, where we have one of the high-seeded players, Alexei Grebnev, representing FIDE, the sole leader with 5.5 points out of 6. He's facing Augustin Juhász from Hungary. But the opening choice is quite a surprise, Keti, because this is a line I don't think I have ever even seen before. Well, let's put it this way. I don't know it even exists. So this idea of anti-knight or bishop b5, of course, according to Anish Giri, giving it a greatest compliment, this no longer is a sideline. This is a mainstream theory. Knight e7, very interesting choice by Grebnev, because he already played here in this tournament bishop d7 round 3 or 4, pardon me if I don't remember, against Aldi Aransat, where he made a rather effortless draw But here knight e7 is the more ambitious idea because black wants to play a6 and get the two bishop advantage. And I guess also it serves as some sort of a opening surprise because, I mean, if you already played once in this tournament bishop d7, this is the last reference point for your opponent. Of course, this is something that your opponent looked heavily for the game preparation. But look at this, Keti. Bishop e2 and d3. What is this?
This is something that I have not seen also very often. I wanted to make a comment about knight d7 move. Knight d7 to me shows that black wants to fight. Black doesn't want the easy game here. He wants to fight for the result, and to see these last next moves of white, bishop back on e2. Usually this bishop goes on d3, c3 and bishop c2. That's the whole point here of this line, right? After b5 to play c3, bishop c2, and then try to play d4. But white chose a different approach here, played bishop e2, d3. And I'm wondering if he wants at some point to get back this knight on e1 perhaps, and then to play f4 and f5 to have some kind of king side attack.
You know, I've seen so many strange things in opening theory. I'm no longer surprised because imagine this. Here, if after knight e7, one of the best moves for white, can you guess what Stockfish says here? What is the best move and also a very popular continuation?
a4.
Pretty close, bishop a4. So, I mean, if moves like this start up
bishop
here,
a4,
it's very tricky, and the idea is to provoke a6 so that you can play c4, and there's a longer line where white actually proves that a6 is not really a great move. I mean, it's just weird, but again, it just shows how the understanding of opening theory is evolving, and that's why I'm not really surprised that Augustin here has chosen something rather strange. I'm pretty sure he knows what he's doing. He has figured it out.
But Arturs, look at this, what white just played here, next move. a4 and knight f2 d2. He's going for f4 here. He doesn't want to play c3 d4. He wants the king side attack. f4 is on the board.
Right. So I know that usually what engines say about these positions, they are not impressed. And if I would ask the Stockfish right here, Stockfish says, oh no, Stockfish actually says this is favorable for white. Very interesting, because normally in these positions, the engines love black's position, and you're supposed to aggressively forward your pawns at a queen side. And white's idea is really simple. You are thinking about the king side attack. I mean, look at this pawn structure. c2, d3, e4. It basically forms an arrow and just giving you very straight directions. Your business is playing at a king side. So again, white has a lot of possibilities, maybe even g4, g5, rook f3, rook h3. Possibly this knight goes on c3. And now I think Grebnev has to figure out what is going to be the most precise way to meet this.
Yeah, there is also this funny looking move, queen e1, queen g3, sort of ideas here. Arturs, I don't like this to play with black, and very often I'm just waiting for white to start this pawn attack on the king side in the center, and then I'm playing queen c7 and long castle. And now what white played is white was waiting black to castle, and then to push the pawn f4. I would feel tricked here if I were with white, because usually I go long castle when white starts the king side attack, and then I attack on the king side myself. But this is also a possibility here, and it's just fine position for black. And black has its own ideas. If you start the king side attack here with g4, g5, black will just open up the center with d5 and c4 and so on and so on.
But I imagine if I'm Grebnev, I'm not very concerned. You know, okay, right. I mean, you surprised me. You played something offbeat. I don't think that he is feeling threatened right now. So he has to figure out what's going to be his setup. Normally, like I already mentioned, he's supposed to do something at the queen side, b5, b4, or maybe d6, d5. There you go. Bishop f3 is continuation of Augustin. And I wonder, I mean, I don't know much about Juhász here. Could he be another virtuoso of improvising chess like Richard Rappert, also coming from Hungary, obviously, and Hungary has very rich chess traditions. And for example, Rappert is the first player who comes to my mind of being very flexible when it comes to the opening preparation, playing unorthodox, strange, interesting ideas, and then being very good practically here. So I can see something here from this type of play from Juhas's part.
Yeah, indeed, White has here a clear plan to hold the center and attack on the king side, and Black Alexei Grebnev, he has to figure it out what will be his next plan, how he should implement here the center attack or queenside attack. Let's leave this board now and go forward and check it out. The same category board 2, we have here Aldior Ansat, international master from Kazakhstan, against Ilam Pari from India, also international master, and Ilam Pari partly is the person that showed his very good skills of calculation, and now he is one of the leaders. And there is another leader here, fourth person, who has 5 points. It is Konstantin Popov representing FIDE.
The Kelly variation here? Okay, this is something I would not have expected Keti to see at a very serious level, and I'm not entirely sure if Ansat has played it before, because I mean this is clearly a very offbeat line, and he's surprised because only 2 moves have been played. So just to give you some insights, what's the big idea here for Black? While Ilam Pari here plays the, a rather dubious Kelly line, the point is, after d4, c takes on d4, this is actually not so great for White, because now Black plays knight f6, hits the pawn. You can't play e5, there's going to be queen a5 check. Thank you for the pawn on e5. And after the knight c3, the trick here is playing e5, knight f3, and bishop b4. And suddenly Black's position makes total sense, because you can take the pawn on e5, there's some complications, knight e4, Black is thinking about d5, queen c7 ideas, and White is actually risking to get worse very quickly. But I think that if White knows this, if White knows that this trick even exists, there's so many nice ways for White to continue. You can play, the easiest I can think of is to go for the Sicilian Lapin structure, where Black has played a6, perhaps not the most ideal move, but I think what I would probably play here is play c4, and then we might switch to some sort of a Sicilian Khan structure with c4 being one of the most played continuations. But the most interesting question here, Keti, is does Ansat play the c4 system with White? Or does he play the Lapin with White? And that's why I don't think he has, I don't really know, of course, but I'm guessing. I don't really think he has a repertoire for this.
We don't really know him that well personally to know what he plays here, but he made a move. Was it a knight move?
Knight c3.
Knight c3 is a move, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't see that. We were off the board.
But Arturs, he was not ready for this a6.
Sure, nobody's ready for a Kelly. Nobody's ready for it.
Time says that 1 hour and 17 minutes he has invested quite a lot here. And here Ilam Pari goes b5 in a second. He was ready for knight c3.
Well, I don't like this move, knight c3. I'm not sure. Once again, I'm not sure what is the opening prep of Aldiar. If we go back to the traditional Sicilian Khan or Taimanov, normally things start to develop like this. d4, knight takes on d4, and let's say here Black plays a6, right? And after a6, I'm only guessing, perhaps Aldiar plays bishop d3, or perhaps he plays knight c3, which are very popular continuations. I'm myself a big fan of the Marazzi bind c4, and I think at the pro level also c4 clearly dominates and is one of the main reasons why the Khan is sometimes a little bit shaky there. But I think this was actually a pretty smart choice by Ilam Pari. Maybe he noticed something in Ansat's prep, and could it be that Ansat tries to recreate something? For example, after knight c3, e6, d4, he goes for a familiar position, but no, the Indian player plays b5, and this is entirely something else. I'm not sure what actually happens after d4. I guess you have to play it. d4, c takes, knight takes on d4, but does black have to play e6? I think he has to play bishop b7. If my memory, Keti, does not fail me, one of the strongest moves was something like bishop g5. At least Stockfish loved these moves.
Bishop g5.
I think so, yeah, if I remember.
I love this move. Stuffy knight f6, e5, e6 moves. Why not? It's quite a provocative move, bishop to g5. Let's see. White goes a3. White goes a3. He stops before happening. If black ever planned to do so, I think black should be very happy with the preparation here. You took so much time off the clock from your opponent, and white is clearly trying to avoid all the black's prep here.
It's also a big psychological struggle, right? You're immediately trying to destroy your opponent's preparation, because imagine, I mean, white was preparing for this variation for almost 2 days, and then boom, something like a6 happens, which is something you never expected, while your opponent probably was looking into this line for a long time. But I think the bottom line, of course, is there's nothing wrong with Ansat's position. It's just he's not ready for this. And at the moment, at least I can imagine Ilan Party having some psychological advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that. Arturs, I will show you very quickly one of my games when I felt that I had the advantage, psychological advantage. If we could just go back at the starting position. So I was playing against one of the very strong players. I went d4. She responded with f6. I went c4. She responded with knight f6. Knight f6, c4, e6. So at this point, back in the days, I was playing knight c3, knight f3, g3. Those were my main lines. And my coach told me that go a3 here. And I was like, why?
Getting shocked.
And I love to work with my coach. Very smart person. He was always digging in the weaknesses of my opponent. And he said, she will be confused with this move. You want to play knight c3 next move, and you in some position I don't want it knight bishop b4 happening ever in my position. And after, I think, thinking of 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, my opponent here played a5. And at that point, I knew that I had already won this game, like first part, because I never wanted to play before myself in none of my lines. I knew I was well prepared in here, and I know that we got my opponent. So there was the point that, in the whole game, you feel like, I'm in edge. I'm already in edge with the preparation, and these small details that my opponent had no idea about it, I felt that I was really above. So preparation is very important at the game. How
I concur.
You feel.
Absolutely. So these tricks are very important. All right, let's move on to the next stage category, the open section under 16, where we saw the special guest, Lukas Törle, the FIDE Secretary General, executing the first honorary move between Jakub Seeman, one of the persons who is trailing behind the leader, sole leader Jan Klimkovsky, with a perfect score. Klimkovsky, who has 6 points out of 6, he is good friends with Jakub Seeman. And yeah, I mean, I saw them actually earlier today. They were having lunch together with the Polish team, right? There's definitely friendship there. And earlier, when Jan was here in the studio, he did reveal that he has often share the room together with Jakub, so they are friendly, but of course, at the end of the day, this is a fight for the World Championship title, right? And
it is,
you have to fight.
Arturs, it is, and there's only one winner indeed, and this position is already quite crazy. Move 16, they have blitzed it out. Shall we take a look how we have reached this position? They're playing very fast. They're really playing very fast.
And it was quite funny, actually, you know, Keti, because one of our co-workers, who is also Polish, told me a very funny story. He had heard their argument, was it today or yesterday? Doesn't matter. Both of these players, they were arguing about each other, about their previous game. They had played against each other. Apparently, they have already played against themselves, each other, and it finished in a draw, but both of them were arguing who was making the draw. You know, and they were trying to convince the other player, no, you were the one who was trying to make the draw because you were the one who were trading the pieces. And the other player was insisting, no, I mean, I was the one, you know, who was pressing, but you asked for the draw. So it's very nice to see some friendly rivalry here. Okay, let's see what happened here. The French Okay. A5. Yeah, there's many moves. There's G5, also very sharp. You have playing French defense. It means there's not going to be a peaceful game. A5, A4, castles, rook E1. White wants to play knight F1, knight G3, start a kingside attack. At the king side, take it, knight F6. Okay, so at least I see so far the players are following several games. By the way, it's quite interesting that that database pulls up one of the latest games to play in the line, played by nobody else as Alexei Grebnev himself, who is playing on the top board of the Open Section Under 18. So I imagine for Alexei it would be very funny because when he wanders at the board, he's like, oh, I know this.
I have played this position.
I played this. All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the clock so far. They have blitzed out all these moves, both of them, and there is at some point here D4 has been played after a pause, after thinking I think 4 or 5 minutes by Klimkovsky, and we are reaching the live position. I think C takes D4 was the latest move, and there is a piece on D4, probably queen captured
probably
on D4.
Queen. Yeah, we don't see from this angle so well.
It is queen.
It is a
D4.
queen. So it hits the bishop, hits the rook, and I imagine why its only response here could be knight B3. Does not look very peaceful to me.
Oh, it does not, yeah.
And you know, when you are fighting these very important matches, sometimes even very good player, I mean not sometimes, very often, very good friends are paired against each other, but you have to fight it out. And one very famous example I want to bring up is, of course, the former world champion Magnus Carlsen playing against his very good Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? So they were very good friends, but they have to fight for the world championship, right? And this is the moment when you put the friendship a bit aside, right? Okay, we are friends, we have good relationship, but you know, I also want to be the champion, right? I also want to be there. So that's why, yeah, it's a tricky moment. And I imagine
have you ever played against your best friend? Like very important game?
Not sure. No, probably not like at that level. Not like for the world championship title. Not like, you know, where everything is decided, because this could be essentially for them the pinnacle of their career at the moment, right? One of the most important results, and you're playing against your best friend during that time. I imagine it's very, very tricky moment, right? So I hope that everything is going to be well after the game, because I mean, there could be some emotions flying, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
of course, I mean, you lose to your friend and you're very unhappy. You had your dreams, so very, very sensitive topic right here. But I think everything is going to be fine, and we are about to see a very nice spectacle. So, what do we make of this position?
I say it's very, very, very tricky, Arturs, here, as two of white's pieces are hanging, and there's not much of the move that you can actually avoid losing one of these pieces. So knight b3 is out there. There might be some moves like bishop c4 or even queen to b3 to sacrifice the rook and start to look for some kind of counterplay. But knight b3 seems to be the safest. Actually, there was already made a move, and that is now queen to h4 on the board. So perhaps knight b3 and queen to h4 has happened. Black is aiming to hit on f2 pawn, hit to nh2 pawn, and also there's rook to d8 to pin the bishop on d3. From this perspective, I like somehow black's activity more, and I like the black threats more. What do you think, Artur? Who stands better?
I'm not entirely sure, because this position is very concrete. And I think that the dust is going to settle after several moves, and we'll be able to tell how to evaluate this, because the players are, I think, still in their prep. You don't get to this position randomly, and I see at least one game in the database that they are following 2,200 level players from year 2022. So this is known stuff. I imagine they have seen it before. But if you look at this position strategically wise, if black's attack initiative doesn't go through, I mean, obviously there's the big threat knight g4 and everything, but let's say white manages to kill this initiative, I think white has better chances in the long run because white has the two bishops here, right? I mean, beautiful bishops in an open position, and also the pawn on a4 blocking two black pawns on a5 and b7. But again, like I already said, Keti, the position is very concrete, and maybe black's initiative actually means more. We are going to see.
We're going to see it. I suggest to actually see some of the most of the game has been played. It's actually very interesting. G3 was played, and let's see what happens if white is just chasing the queen. After G3 in the game was queen to H3, hitting the rook on H to E6, and then bishop C4, guarding the rook, and also threatening rook to E7, rook to F6, king H8 to avoid all these threats. Let's put it on the board. And
you want to play knight g4?
No, rook h6.
Yeah, knight g4, rook h6, yeah.
King h8.
All right.
And then in the game, queen came to on e2 to just develop the pieces, guard the pawn on f2, and after knight to g4, what was played? Knight g4.
It's already on the board? Really?
No. Let's follow the game that has been played.
You're following that game.
Yes.
Okay.
Knight g4.
Yeah.
F4. And bishop to f6. This is actually very sharp. Bishop e2 has been played.
Super sharp.
Rook a to d8.
That's a bit strange move.
And rook to
okay, and the
f6.
position somehow simplifies,
Yeah.
Bishop f6, knight f6, rook e1, etc.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure that they're going to divert at some point. So after queen h4, it is essentially a battle of the opening prep. It's very interesting because who was this? I think one of the Polish coaches told me this. I'm not going to reveal his name, but he told that one of the players is very, theoretical, very, very going into the finest detail, and the other players like, I'm going to figure it out, in the morning
Out of these two?
Yeah.
Ah, really?
Yeah, but I don't know who is who, right? Who is who? But we can see both of them being very well prepared for this game. Of course, I mean, even if he says publicly, I'm going to look in the morning, he's very well prepared. Both of them are. Let's continue to the second board of the open section under 16, where we have another player with 5.5 points out of 6, and that is Leonardo Costa, the young German talent, playing against Batso Anand, a player with a famous name from Mongolia.
That's right, and what we have on the board is already very interesting. This is perhaps from Caro-Kann defense, advanced variation. We can perhaps very quickly check it out what has happened. H4 was an attempt to trap the bishop, but of course black did not went for that. So the next move has been played rather fast. We have also the pawns traded, and the latest move was bishop to e2, hitting the pawn on h5. And in this position, Arturs, if we play g6 and guard this pawn like that, queen d2 will hit the knight on h6.
That's right. Sometimes in these Caro-Kann positions, especially in the advanced variation, black sacrifices the pawn on h5, and you can see, I mean, here Batso, he's trying to remember. I mean, he's not sleeping. He doesn't have the nap during the midday. No, he's trying to remember, because this was the position which maybe he did not prepare in the morning, while clearly Costa, although Costa has spent some time, already 15 minutes, and right now I think that Anand is trying to remember what was there. Was this move there? Was it not there? All of this is so familiar to me. But what do we make of this position? It seems it's about, I don't want to use the word balanced.
Why?
I'm not sure why. I mean, white has some space advantage. The big question is what happens with the pawn on h5? The
pawn on h5, yeah. How about black here plays queen to b6 to hit the pawn on b2 on the other hand? And somehow to start to play on the queen side, and I believe that's black can afford to give up the pawn on h5 if there's a strong attack on the king side.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Let's say rook to c8.
Yeah, you know, as I usually say, it's very easy to suggest. It's very difficult to play.
Yeah.
I mean, I see all of these beautiful ideas, and it's very easy for us to suggest it, but ultimately black has to decide because, I mean, he's giving up a pawn.
Well, we're not playing, right?
We're not playing.
If
Yeah,
we're
we can
playing,
sacrifice.
we'll be already making our minds for. How about bishop to b4?
Yeah, there's definitely something there. I mean, I could play knight e2, you know, and
Yes.
ask you to prove what exactly do you have for the pawn.
And now, for instance, bishop e4,
Yeah, but
hitting the rook.
castle, etc. Not sure. Maybe.
Castle?
Yeah, why not? Oh, am I missing? I missed some g6. Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, this was not a plan. this I did not want to do. Although, wait, your knight on h6 now is under attack. Okay, maybe I'm actually making a lucky blunder here. Yeah, I blundered, but I'm
You're blundered, but
all
it's
right,
lucky.
sort of. I don't know. You know, this could be as well be a line, but you gotta agree, Keti, right? It's a big choice because also g6, maybe g6 is just fine, and after queen d2, white hits the knight on h6. Maybe there's a way to even retreat. Knight g8. White should be so terrible, and then reposition the pieces somehow. So a lot of things here for the Mongolian player to think about.
Yeah, I think the most correct is actually to play something like bishop to b4, because I myself play these positions and I struggle to find the square for the knight. Bishop to b4, and then bishop e4, bishop f5, knight f5. This kind of ideas.
You found a shortcut to the center.
Yeah.
Okay, looks interesting.
And Arturs, you know what's very interesting? If we just show maybe to our viewers what's the main point here. Let's say white captures on h5, yeah? Let's say bishop e4, bishop takes, bishop a4. If we play f3 here, then this bishop on h5 will be struggled. Let's just make some weird moves, yeah? And knights to f5.
I try to make good moves.
I want to show you one point that when the pawn is off the board, there's very often knight to f5 and g5 idea, and the rook on h1 is hanging in that position. Maybe bishop e4 is not the most
Okay,
accurate.
do you want to make really weird moves here? There you go. And now knight f5, g5.
Yeah, some ideas like that, which is still not working.
I mean, it's gonna cost you a queen.
Okay.
I don't know. What is this? No, it's probably not good, but who knows, yeah?
Yeah, queen b6 most logical there. Have already made the black move. He's thinking.
He's thinking. And while he's thinking, we are going to move on to the open section number 14, where we have a very interesting matchup. Fire on the board.
King already on e2. I have seen this, Artur. I have seen this position. King can also go on f3. On if there's a check bishop a6, king goes on f3, and then tries to come back with king g3, h3, king h2.
But why would you play the Boncloud in the first place? So was this a Boncloud or it was like a modern version?
Yeah, let's see the opening.
All right. Let's see. No, it's not a Boncloud because as far as I know, Boncloud is when you play king e2, the next move, second move. Of course, I mean, it's not a serious move, and there have been many jokes about the theme, position the king on e2, but funny as it is, sometimes king on e2 lands there in very modern and sharp openings. Yeah, I had a feeling it was coming from this line. Knight e4, queen c7. Okay, a5 is not the main move as far as I'm concerned. There's some more popular moves like queen b6 here. All right, a5, c4, bishop b4. Yeah, the trick here is white has no time to play bishop d2 because it gives black some extra options as like knight e3 or knight takes on f4, for example. Let me put it on the board. Yeah, here you see the reason why black played a5, which is probably the opening prep of Saba, because he so far in the tournament has shown some superb preparation, and of course he treats this as a very, very important game because top seeded players, Vetokhin is playing against third seeded Bham, and Bham is also doing fantastic in this tournament.
In fact, they are only players who have 5.5. Other 4 players have 5 points, and the one who wins here will be the sole leader in the next round. So very important. Very important for these 2 players, and they both know that they are the favorites in this round, and this game is decisive for them.
But Keti, do you notice Black just gave up a piece just like that? I mean, just take on d5.
Yeah.
C-takes, knight g5, because for me, it didn't even register at the moment, because when I looked at this position, I thought this is one of those positions where, you know, white is walking with the king on f3, g3, and it's, okay, unclear, and then it suddenly dawned upon me, it's actually an extra piece, and I guess black wants to play f6 and rip apart the center.
If I'm not mistaken, there was one of the games of the match Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, and I thought it was some crazy computer lines, which will have the decisive result, but the game ended in a draw with the correct play. But you have to make only moves in this position. If you don't know it well, if you don't know the theory well, don't try.
Well, the database here doesn't pick up any games.
This one has only database of Lichess, not the...
No, but also they show some broadcasted games.
No.
All right, not entirely sure, but you can see that here Vetokhin is
So you are
thinking.
saying that this game hasn't happened, or Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren?
I just don't know the game. I mean,
I'm
you
saying
know it
it
better.
happened.
You're saying.
Yes.
You're saying. Okay. I mean, I don't know the game. I don't know the game.
That
so
game.
if you say for sure it happened,
Yeah,
I'm not
it
going to argue.
It happened.
So maybe you remember how it continued?
From here?
Yeah.
It is black to move, right?
Yep. F6?
No. There was something actually connected with h6, h4. Another knight was hanging there. h6, h4.
Wait, and you're saying white is giving up a piece?
Yes.
Serious?
Well, I don't remember exactly where, but I remember h6, h4, and there was, this kind of ideas.
Okay, listen, I slightly don't understand what's wrong with keeping the piece. Like knight f3? Or
Knight f3 is a problem because there's this check and the king has not a proper squares. Yeah, maybe you can start with...
But I do.
Wait.
But f6 makes a bit more sense, no?
f6 perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, I think it makes a bit more sense. You're ripping up.
So how about we start the engine here and understand
all
what's
right.
going on?
I'm not sure what it's going to say here. So we have this position. Yeah, engine is screaming. This is low-level engine here.
f6.
Oh, there's many moves. Yeah, f6. E takes on f6. Engine says it's playable. h4 is not among the top choices. So what's wrong with this? I guess rook f6. Also makes sense to play e5 at some point, maybe d6, e5. I mean, this means literally nothing. So right now I see that the engine says this is evaluation 0.7, 0.8. It means white has an extra piece, but is just slightly better in a very sharp game. It's a battle of two preparations here. And it seems that Vetokhin is trying to remember. But I think that he should remember, because, I mean, if you play after king e2, if you give up the piece, you know what you're doing. And after c takes on d5, knight g5 is a very obvious move.
Yeah.
Could it be he has forgotten it?
No, I don't believe in that. He's just remembering the continuation. Here it is quite a rich position. You can try to play a lot of moves. And at some point there was also moves like d4 to open up another long diagonal. So he needs to, and this is not the position that you play every day, right? So without practice, you
Clearly not.
Yeah.
I hope not. Give up a piece just like that, and all right.
No, it's a theory. It's a theory.
I don't argue. I definitely don't argue. But yeah, it's a bit surprising. I can only. Yeah, I agree, Keti. So he's trying to remember the sequence. What was the continuation? Maybe it could be And sometimes this is also the case when you think that the player doesn't know what to do next. No, actually he's choosing.
Yeah,
because he might have more than one continuation. And perhaps, let's say, there could be this choice. For example, one continuation leads to a forced draw. And you're like, okay, yeah, there's this line which leads to forced draw. My opponent played knight g5. Probably he's going to find it. And then there's the other continuation, which is perhaps slightly dubious. Are you thinking, you're wondering, does your opponent know this continuation? Are you thinking, is this a good moment to play this? Yeah. Should I gamble? Is this the right moment to play it? So that's why perhaps here we might be seeing not actually Sava trying to remember, but he's choosing between these continuations, because usually in the memory of the players, they have this so-called chess piece file, what your coach gave it to you, and you are imagining, okay, this file was in this subsection, there was this continuation, there was that continuation, and yeah, you try to recall all of this. Sometimes the memory can fail you.
The fact that he has not spent any time for the sacrifice itself, but he's taking now the moment, shows that he is just memorizing the lines and understand it better. Because it feels so different when you are preparing at home with the computer, and then when it comes on the board, it is way different feeling actually.
This is definitely going to be one of the most interesting games of the round, so we are going to keep it a close eye and go back more frequently. Let's continue to observe open section under 14, where we have Christian Giancarlo Arca playing against Pavel Sawinski. These two players have 5 points each. They are two players from a small group of 4 players, because also the third board, Magnus Ermich versus Edgar Mamedov, also have 5 points out of 6. And again, no prisoners will be taken here because we have a sharp Benoni on the board.
Yep, always fun to see Benoni. A6 has been played now. The idea is to play b5, c4, b4, and hit all the center. And after a6, usually here white responds with a4, or even you can play knight c4 first to hit the pawn on d6. And there's a huge line here, knight b6 or knight e5, and so on and so on. But I think a4 is the most played move here. First a4, and then knight c4.
Yeah, this is only where theory starts to develop. Again, there's multiple continuations. Black usually puts the knight on e5, or maybe rook b8 and try to play b5. A lot of sharp ideas. Maybe just show you one of the continuations. For example, black plays knight e5. And here, actually, one of the most played continuations in these positions for some reason is this very weird move, rook a3, which is in the long run a great piece, because sometimes this rook joins the third rank and comes to help to defend the king. Still too early to tell, but at least right now Arca is thinking about his choices. Speaking about him, he has scored 3 victories in a row after having a rather slow start, and right now sits with 5 points out of 6, while Sawinski has had a rather more balanced run. And actually I think that we are seeing many age groups, early players who have lost points early, like first round, second round losses, or early draws. They're scoring several victories in a row, so that's why some new faces are appearing on the top boards, which makes this tournament very unpredictable.
I agree with that. Let's move forward and check out the other sections as well. And this is the girls under 18. And seems like we already have here a double-edged position. White has castled on the long side and pushed the pawns in the center. Black's king is in the center, not yet castled. And perhaps has its own ideas. The latest move, bishop e4, has been played here by white. And what can we say about this position?
It's a Sicilian Taimanov, a very topical line. I'll just show you on the board. I know this because I played myself many times. Yeah, this very popular queen f3, knight f6, long castle, knight e5, queen g3, b5. I think already here in Montesilvano we had one of the top boards played exactly in this line. I don't recall which category was this. Bishop g1. In that game I think bishop d2 was played. So bishop g1 is the more popular continuation, h5, black threatens to play b4 and snatch the pawn on e4, so it forces white to play e5, b4. A typical counterattack in many Sicilian positions. If you take on f6, I destroy your queenside harmony with bdex and c3. So white plays knight a4, knight d5, h3, knight h6, bishop d3, bishop b7. All of this has been played before. And f5.
There was, I think, this queen sacrifice game when black sacrificed the queen for
so that was
pieces.
I remember now. That was the open section under
16 or 18?
No, 18. Auguston versus Kostolansky. I remember. I don't remember which round they played where Kostolansky, the Slovakian player, he did not remember his opponent remember this queen c4 maneuver. We're looking at this a couple of days ago. So it was Auguston in under 18 section who today plays actually top board. He already had played this, so that's why it was so familiar to us. Speaking about these players here, I mean, I think it goes without saying, this is the matchup of the tournament. Possibly the gold medal could be deciding right here today because, I mean, Alekverdieva, she has been having a great run so far because she has 5.5 points out of 6. And she is the sole leader. And she could have been with perfect 6 out of 6 because round 5, she was winning against Rochelle Wu with an extra pawn. She did not convert it. But Hrebenchikova is the top-seeded player.
That's actually true, and at this point her rating performance is 2400, which shows the strength she's playing at this event right now and getting 57 rating point. So that shows that she's underrated player in this segment, but that doesn't stop her to play at the best level. Let's now try to figure it out what black can play in this position, how black should proceed the game, because this king on e8 looks to be the target.
Maybe we should start with one detail. Why white is not taking the pawn on g7? Because black played bishop e7 and pretty much ignores the pawn, possibly also hinting towards h4 to get rid of the queen from this annoying pressure against the pawn on g7. So what happens after queen g7? I'm guessing, I'm really guessing because I'm not entirely sure, it could be rook g8. The point is queen h6 traps the queen. Yes. And I guess black is pretty happy. I'm not sure what happens after queen h7. Possibly black would castle long and try to hunt down the queen, and position the queen on the edge of the board so far away from the wents feels like a dangerous choice. Hence here white played bishop e4, and I can only imagine that Hrebenchikova is wondering, can she play h4 right now? Because now after queen g7, same idea, rook g8 works. You can't still take on h6. And after queen h7, there could be a longer line. For example, long castle. What if now white takes on d5 and is somehow looking at this knight b6 check, because you see the bishop on g1 defends the b6 square, at least right now. Of course, white can't do it, but maybe actually she can. Maybe this is part of a longer plan, like piece sack here, knight e6, take on d8. Let's not forget the knight on h6 is also hanging. So it's a very, very sharp position, and Hrebenchikova is feeling this is the moment where you have to invest a lot of time.
That's right. Bishop to e4 has indeed very deep meaning, because this is not a move that is your first choice. I was actually thinking maybe she wants to get this queen on the other side of the board, but that is not very likely, as the pawn on e5 will hang.
Yeah, I see some games. Short castle has been played, which is very counterintuitive, because now there could be f6. But I guess the point is after f6 you can take bishop f6, which is, by the way, a fair point.
Yeah, the queen on g3 is not guarded.
Yeah, because of this, black can actually afford to make a short castle, but wait a second, you're very committed with pawn on h5. And I think that normally in these positions, black doesn't really castle short at all. So I'm really surprised to see a short castle here when white is so invested with his kingside attack, and black just says, just do your worst. Very interesting. Let's continue.
Yeah, let's go forward. And the second board, here we have Trifoi Mihaela Iona against Rochal. Rochal, they both have 5 points, and the other board, also third board, they also have 5 points. It is interesting position indeed. What we can tell more about it?
It's not really great for white, is it? Because looking from Rochel's perspective, the only woman grandmaster in the field, she's done nothing wrong. She has put up the perfect hedgehog position. The bishop on b7 is perfect. The bishop on e7 always can join the game with d5. Beautiful. I mean, good harmony. And also black has traded normally the knight on d7 for white's last bishop. At the same time, I'm not sure what Mihaela Ioana has achieved here, because the bishop on b2 is staring at the pawn. If she plays c4, maybe the pawn on b4 will become vulnerable against some ideas like d5. I think that here something went wrong for white in the opening prep. But speaking about Trifoi, she has made quite an impressive comeback, because right now she is one of the players with 5 points out of 6, together with Wu Rochelle. Also third board, Martina Vikar and Ksenia Balabayeva. She lost in round 2. So she's one of those players who came back very strong.
She lost in round 2, and then she managed to win 4 rounds in a row. So that is a very impressive comeback, as you mentioned. But in this position,
I'm curious. Yeah, I'm really curious. How do you get there? All right. Oh, there you go, Keti. Your bishop d3. Okay. So appears to be part of the prep. d4, c takes, knight c5. Okay. Yeah, this is how they get there. I can only assume that she mixed up something, because this is not a position you're supposed to get, I think. Because if black gets the position with something like d5 or e5, d5, and open up the bishop on b7, this bishop has no argument against it. And that's precisely the reason why here, if I go back after this knight c5, I think that white wants to keep this bishop alive, but it would come at the expense of the pawn on e4. So could it be that already here some of the perhaps not the most optimal moves going to be made? I don't know. Maybe, maybe actually this final position is pretty great for white. What do I know, right? Because again, we discussed this. Some very strange things sometimes are happening in opening theory. And this could be one of them. Knight e4, I like this move, because the point is after e5, knight f5, you're getting aggressive. If black plays a d5, you respond with e5 and hope for something to happen at the king side.
Yep, knight d4 has been played here, and it is now black's choice to continue. Perhaps she will think of something d5 in the center to open up a little bit for its pair of bishop, and maybe we can continue to cover all the boards and check it out what is happening under 16 Alua Nurmanova against Chiu Kiao Wang, and those 2 players are actually the leaders in this competition. In fact, Wang has half a point more than 4 other players, and she is the sole leader. Alua is the one who made the draw in one of the first rounds, in the second round, and then third round in a row, and then she started to win 3 games in a row, and finally came back on the first board. That's where she actually started to play. And in this opening, what we can say, who stands better?
Visually, something is not right with black. That's my first impression, because I don't understand what the queen does on f6. And white already is thinking about d4. Maybe it's actually not so bad, but I have the impression here, my first impression without any analysis, that white is doing really well. Yeah, I just switched on the engine, it just confirms what I was feeling. So bishop b7, knight b7, and d4. White is definitely having a big advantage here. Okay, define big. Some advantage here, definitely. The question is, how big is it? E takes, bishop b4, check, bishop d2, white has the center. Black has more pawn islands, castle each. So for Nurmanova, this is, of course, a very important matchup because being the top-seeded player, if she has any ambition in this tournament, she has to make them right now against the sole leader, Chikiao, who is, by the way, the second-seeded player. So it's a very, again, important, one of the most important games of this girls under 16 category of the entire tournament. Again, could be essentially the world championship title being fought out right here. And this is something we are seeing in all age groups. For example, the same open 16 category, Salmon versus Kwiatkowski, could be the world championship title at the stakes. Also, Sava Vetokin versus Pham, open section under 14. And all of these games feature very big complications because these players understand what's at stake here.
Yep, I agree. This round is one of the key rounds as we are approaching the last games already at the competition. Now, every loss can be decisive for the players, and you can't really afford to lose. So, draw would make a lot of sense if you can hold, and yeah, any win will take you to the next stage. So white is thinking here at this point she has more time and just a pleasant position here indeed, have a chance to control the center. Let's move forward and check it out what is happening on the next board. Here we have Alexandra Shvedova against Michal Truns. We see Michal for the first time on the top boards. She is from Germany and she has won actually a lot of games, 5 games in fact, and lost only 1 in between rounds, and now she's back she's on the top boards. What this position tells us?
It seems to be quite a typical Sicilian Najdorf position, or could as well be Sveshnikov, not entirely sure because sometimes they get to the same pawn structures. White earlier played knight a1, a move we didn't see. But the point is, white wants to play knight c2, knight a3, knight b5. And white is dreaming about this long-term plan to play b3, a3, b4, and eventually try to fix this weakness on b6 and push c5, which would allow white to create a central pawn on d5. At the same time, black is thinking about ideas like short castle, f5, bishop f6, e4. Again, we are seeing the clash of styles here. This is a position right after the opening theory, so pretty standard.
Yeah, pretty standard. The game is just about to start. Let's take a look other 2 games under 14 category. This is the first board, Anastasia Kirtadze against Anna Schuchman. We have long castle on the board.
Yeah, the dragon. Yeah, I mean the point of the Sicilian dragon, which is not a very popular choice at the highest level, it has become sort of obsolete. It had some resurface like 7-8 years ago when people up the highest level started to play it with moves like bishop d7, a6, trying to give it another life. I think ever since it has disappeared, and the main reason is that white starts this early kingside attack h4, h5, and if white plays long castle without playing bishop c4, I mean, black is pretty much obliged to play d5. Otherwise, white's attack h4, h5 becomes so strong. So again, this is a theoretical position. Knight c6, b takes, bishop d4. Oh, bishop d4. I thought e5 is almost like a mandatory move here. And then sometimes black sacrifices an exchange. But clearly, Schuchman, who is very well prepared in this tournament, she has different ideas here. Queen b6 is her move. And this is how they got here.
It's very interesting that after knight a4, if we can go back, move 14, knight a4, black did not capture the queen on d4 because if you don't trade the queens, then you will have the issues on the dark squares, right? And the current position after queen goes on c7, bishop c4, and if we reach this position, now this move h4, h5 looks pretty more dangerous.
I like White's position. I also can understand why Shukman went here. She wants to play something like e5, bishop e6, complete development, solidify the center, do something aggressive at the queen side. But then again, White might be ready to hit the bishop on e6 with knight c5. So again, super important game because Keti has been on fire here in this tournament. And I think we should mention that last round, round 6, she defeated the second seeded player Nurgalieva with the white color. And now in the next round, she faces number 1 seeded player, again with the white color. Again, essentially, this is the fight for the world championship title. Let's move on. We have still one more game to see.
One more game, and this is the second board. Fruza Hamdamova, who has missed her first game and started with minus. She is facing Oksana Goryachkina on the second board.
That's right. So the game was French. All right. I don't remember if Alexandra is playing French defense herself. Pretty original. Queen h5. It's a maneuver you don't see often in these positions. Knight f6, b4. Black sacrificed the pawn. She did not... Look at this. She decided not to take the pawn on c5 at all. And Hamdanova said, I'm going to keep it. If you don't want it, I'm going to keep it. Bishop d5, queen d5, and bishop b2. White has kept the extra pawn. Black has 2 bishops and a chance to play stuff like f6, e5, maybe even b6. Again, it's a clash of styles and a very sharp fight for the leadership in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm observing right now the video, and little sister of Alexandra looks like her exactly.
Looks like her.
Yeah, this is like mini version of Alexandra. Also, this suit with the dots, black suit with white dots. That's so typical of Alexandra Goryachkina that we see her at all the top events. She's one of the top female grandmasters in the world, and to see her younger sister here, wow, this is so amazing. The families, chess families, and those are not the only chess families actually. We just got the information. One of the participants under 18, Augustus Johans, who is now playing on the top board, he has also 2 other brothers who are both of them international masters and even the authors of the chess books. So a lot of chess families, and it's sort of like tradition to have 1 or 2 family member playing chess.
All right, so here after some thought, Goryachkina decided to take the pawn on a2. I also see the pawn on g7 is under attack. This is a very sharp position, and now that we have had our first overview of what's happening, what do we do now?
So I think we reached the point where we can take the break, our first break, and you guys, we also have a special guest today coming up, so you don't want to miss any special guest to be here in our studio. And the round 7 has just started, so we might have some ups and downs here in this round at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship. We will see you in a few minutes.
Welcome back, dear viewers. We are back with action from World Youth Chess Championship year 2023 from Montesilvano, Italy. This is round 7. The action already has been ongoing for a good 1 hour. And while Keti is gone, we have a very special guest here with us. That is International Master Alex Ostrovsky from USA, coaching and living the actual life here from Montesilvano. Alex, welcome.
Thank you so much, Arturs. It's a pleasure for me to join you in the studio and look at these top players' games.
All right, tell us something about yourself. You are as a coach here. What does it mean to be a coach? What is your daily routine? Who are you coaching? How are your students going? There's so many questions I want to ask you.
Okay, I'll start with an introduction about myself. So I'm an international master. I'm 27 years old. I am, I guess, full-time chess professional in many different capacities. I'm a player, coach, occasional streamer. And here, of course, I'm in the capacity of a coach. It's great being here. I mean, when I was a junior, I used to play in youth competitions, although the last time I played in World Youth was in 2008, which was in Vietnam, so long journey. But now that I'm a senior player, now my students have taken up the mantle, and they are competing internationally. So I'm glad to be able to try to do my best to support them at this high tier of competition.
All right, awesome. So who you are coaching here? Because I understand you have at least one student, maybe more.
Right. So yeah, I'm here with Team USA, although I'm here with some of my own students who I have been working with for many years. And yeah, several of them are playing. Some of them are on DGT board as well. And yeah, we have this this structure where we send the team, or players qualify, they're able to go, and the coaches are selected. You have to apply for it. And last year, I actually applied for a coaching position with Team USA. I believe the World Youth was in Romania, but the policy right now is that they don't send the coaches in person anymore. They do it remotely. So actually, remote.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's not so easy. It's much better, I think, to be on location. But one of the difficulties, of course, is the time zone. Like right now, I'm from New York, so we have a 6-hour time difference with home. So, to my understanding, I know that some of the coaches who are working with Team USA, they're up at like 5 a.m., maybe 4 a.m., and because they need to accommodate the time zone. So last year I was selected to do this, but I really wanted to, but it just seemed to be too difficult, so I ended up having to decline. But then this year, my students were going, and they said, we'll take you with us. So.
All right, that's great from them, right?
Yeah. And hopefully it'll be the right choice.
All right. So yeah, I mean, you said something about streaming. You have a channel, or I have seen you actually online in a very respectable channel. Maybe you can tell some details about it.
Unlike you, I do not have my own channel. Maybe one of these days, but I have been online. Recently, I did commentary during the Grand Swiss in the Isle of Man. I was doing it on Hikaru Nakamura's channel. Yeah, sometimes when Hikaru plays big tournaments, they like to have, obviously his fans like to watch his games. And they like to have, someone maybe talk them through a thing or two. And yeah, I was doing that for a couple of rounds. Actually, very exciting. I was on commentary duty during the game between Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana, so two of the top American players. And Hikaru did win that game, which was just a great game and exciting to be a part of. So yeah, I do some commentary for Hikaru's channel, and also sometimes I do some commentary with my good friend, or for my good friend, I should say, Gotham Chess, Levi Rosman. I was the manager of the Gotham Knights in the Pro Chess League, which is an online chess league on chess.com, and I was the manager of the team. So whenever we would play, I would do some commentary. So I'm kind of like, just like I am here, I like to be a guest figure on streams and commentary channels, let's say.
All right. I should invite you to my channel, although I'm very small, but would love
to. I would love to join.
All right, awesome. Maybe let's have a look at some of the games. And since we talked about your students, do you want to check how they are doing? There might be one game we could follow.
Yeah, sure. So there's, to my understanding, there's several top, of course, my students, but also just in general. Obviously, I root for various players from Team USA, all players from Team USA, and there are a couple of our young players on top boards. See, we have a game here with between playing black, Iris Mo, who's also from New York, and her opponent is, I believe, a player from Georgia, Miriam Tishkilidze. Apologies if I mispronounced it. But yeah, we can maybe look through this game. I haven't, to be honest, we're an hour into the round, and I haven't looked at any games. I have this kind of not superstition, but I don't like to watch the games live because otherwise I start getting obsessed. So I just tend to stick to my work and
too much emotion.
Too much emotion, but also I can't help them once they're playing. So it's why stress over it if there's nothing to do. But we can go through this one.
All right. And here we see this is Iris' perspective from the camera is behind her. And by the way, we have to thank for European Chess TV for providing the coverage so far. We have a very nice camera which can zoom in and pretty much find anybody here in this gigantic hall here in Montesilvano, Italy. So what do we make of this position here? Some sort of a Caro-Kann? You're a Caro player yourself, as I understand.
I do play some Caro-Kann. I know you're familiar with some of my games.
You might have seen them.
You might have seen a couple. Yeah, we can maybe go through the beginning. It seems like we don't have too many moves in this game. But it was a Caro-Kann, and this is something it's not a secret. Iris plays all the time, so I'm sure it was not a particular surprise to her opponent. We have the advanced Caro-Kann, bishop f5, okay, main line, very normal. Knight d2. So this move, to my understanding, is a bit of a sideline for white. Not a bad move. The idea is to play knight to b3, which would try to make it more difficult for black to play the freeing c5 break. So looks like a very logical move. Let's see what happens. So e6.
I mean, I have to ask you because, I have sometimes played this move knight e2, knight b3, and when I've had some discussions with some high-level chess experts, they say, this knight e2, knight b3, in some setups it works really well. In some setups it doesn't really work very well. So what are those setups? Because I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean, the whole advanced Caro-Kann system, especially when white plays positionally, like for example, instead of knight d2, white can also play knight f3, the short system, and then later on white tries to bring, like you said, in some cases there's knight d2, in some cases there isn't. So I also personally don't know. These are very nuanced systems. I know sometimes there's all these very minute things like white plays a4, black plays a5, and the position drastically can change with or without the inclusion of these moves. So yeah, these are, if you're talking to you're a high-level player yourself, you're talking to other high-level players, you guys don't know, well, we're also struggling, obviously, to know these details.
All right, okay. So,
but I think this is all very normal. Yeah, a6, also normal. I mean, black, I know the main line is, I think, either knight d7 or c5 here, maybe even c5 right away. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, the particular, probably these players know it better than I do. I don't know the particular move-by-move theory, but the general idea is that black still wants to play the freeing c5 move, and white wants, first of all, white will still maintain a space advantage with this pawn on e5, and very often what I've seen in these systems is that black will have to trade off the bishop on f8, so white may hope to get a small space advantage and the bishop pair advantage. For example, right, c5.
I'm going to put it.
Right, knight takes c5, and yeah, we're not blundering a piece, we're getting it right back. So this is, I think, something very normal for this variation. Again, black is very solid, normal in the Caro-Kann, but white's got the bishop pair extra space, so both players are kind of happy.
All right. So a6, knight f3, c5. Yeah, we're getting
so we get
exactly
almost
that.
the same thing.
Yeah, all right. c5, queen c5, bishop e3, queen c7. So I assume, since you are a Caro player and Iris also is, you prefer this from the black's perspective?
Well, I also am an e4 player, so it's one of those things where it's you kind of learn to play a position from both sides, and it's kind of a funny conversation that I've had with my friends once, where it's let's say you're playing a lower rated player and you're looking for imbalances, and it's you have a bishop for a knight, and you say, oh, I have the bishop advantage, and you have the knight, you're like, oh no, I have the knight advantage. So you kind of learn to like it for either side. But this position, I mean, very, very early in the game, we can see that again, the play has gone as kind of anticipated for this variation. Personally, I mean, I wouldn't mind playing either side. For black, the moves are relatively straightforward. You'll play knight e7, maybe knight c6, get castled, and maybe some kind of queenside, expansion with b5, just hypothetically. And for white, you also probably finish development. Knight d4, it seems very logical. Maybe white can push a bit on the king side. So it looks like both sides have ample amount of plans. It's just a position to play. And personally, I do like to get that type of position myself, where it's okay, there's nothing crazy going on. Let's play chess. May the better, player who comes up with the better plans be more successful.
Well, I have to ask this question, Alex, because I'm seeing queen f4 on the board, and could it be that Arturs here has spent 45 minutes on the next move, or is it just a glitch?
Well, I would think it's a glitch, but you never know, I guess, because okay, black doesn't have too many options here, right? The most natural one to me is why not play knight c6 or knight d7? I doubt this is a decision that would take so much time, so I have to think that it's a glitch. Also, if we go back and move, I think she had 134, so presumably this is something that she's maybe familiar with. So I don't know. I mean, I know the technical team here is excellent and we have a great studio, but personally I assume and hope it's a glitch, but if not, it would be a big surprise to me at the very least.
All right. But yeah, as I understand that also sometimes you like to make these long thoughts, but not during such a moment, right?
Yeah, I am quite infamous, I guess, at least to my friend group, for getting into time trouble, and much to the chagrin of, for example, my dad really likes to follow my games because, he plays a bit of chess, and he's always like, you got to play faster, you got to play faster, you got to play faster. This is something that's been a problem for me for a long time. So I have been known to go for 30-minute things. Let's say, I mean, 40 is, I've definitely done it, but not so often. But this seems like not the moment that I would personally do it either.
All right. So I like to call it the Grishik approach, right? Because obviously Alexander Grishik loves to spend a lot of time in the openings trying to research this very tiny little detail in the opening. Yeah.
I think it's also the way I've had explained to me when I was a child. It was by this coach Gregory Kaidanov in the U.S. He said, some players, they're practical players and some players are perfectionists, where every move they play must be the perfect move. And they really have a hard time choosing any move that they don't deem as the best move on the board. So I know Grishik also spends a lot of time in the opening, but this guy is always, one of the greatest players, but, he's very well known for just constantly being in time trouble, no matter what. But yet he's still one of the greatest blitz players because I guess maybe he's always getting this practice, during his classical games as well.
All right, maybe now that you are here, we could ask you also your opinion, what's happening on some of the other top boards. Maybe you're going to recognize something familiar.
Okay, let's have a look.
I'm not sure with what to start. There was some crazy action. I really want to go one of the top boards, open section under 14, where we have Sava Vetokhin playing against Tron, Giapuk, maybe from your coach's perspective, since you are an E4 player. I'm not sure, do you play this line or not?
Yeah, I recognize it right away as this very topical 4-knight Sicilian. This is not something that I've played for either side, but I have seen it. So I think if we go back, just a couple moves here, just one, like this A5 move, right? It's a little, at least to me, I know, not an extra line. I don't think I've seen that move. I know black plays, I think, queen b6 normally here.
Yeah.
So it's a weird line where black is like provoking white forward, like there's f4, c4, and I know there's all sorts of crazy lines. But these guys, I mean, I know, I believe Vetokhin is the top seed. He's an international master. But this player, the Vietnamese player on the white side, Pham, I just played in Qatar Masters last month, and I think he was also there, and I saw he was like 2,400, and this is under 14. So these are very, very talented players. I'm sure if they play a move like A5, they've definitely researched something in there.
And this is where the bunk load actually becomes a very good option, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so King E2, we explained already this with Keti. The point is you don't want to blunder the pawn at a 4. So King E2, short castle.
Just sacrificing the knight.
Crazy, yeah?
Crazy, yeah. But there's a similar, I think with like instead of A5, I know there's a line that goes something like this, like where black also, it's not queen b6, I believe, but I don't remember what move. I know people play bishop b7 somewhere as well. My theory here is not so good, but I have seen this concept where black just lures the king to e2, sacrifices the knight on d5, castles f6, bishop a6, and practically speaking, if you don't know what you're doing with white, it's very easy to lose the game very quickly, even if it might be objectively winning.
Yeah, and Pham was definitely surprised because he spent a great deal of time trying to figure out how to continue. He did accept a piece that here after knight g5, it was the top-seeded player representing FIDE, where he had some thought. We're trying to understand if he tried to remember his prep or actually he was choosing. So f6 was played.
So he's spending some time here.
Yeah, so 1 hour on the clock still, and Pham has an extra piece, and I guess he's trying to normalize this. Which side would you choose? I know it's not a very fair question because it's super sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably choose black. I just prefer to. I do not like playing with an exposed king because, of course, you make one mistake, it's over. Also, of course, it's a lot more fun to play when you're at the attacking side. Saying that, it is an extra piece. I'm assuming black would just like to, at some point, even consider a move like d4, just blast open the diagonal for the bishop. And white really needs to figure out the coordination. I was actually thinking a couple of moves earlier, it's kind of funny. Maybe if black played some move like bishop a6 check, white goes like king f3 in some positions, and you're actually kind of helping white get the king to a better square. And of course, you don't want to trade the g4 might be a little
much, yeah?
But yeah.
Okay, more modern g2.
Yeah, but I would take, I don't know the objective valuation, but okay, the fun evaluation is obviously on black side. And Vetokhin, when he's playing this variation, he knows something like this is going to happen. So he might have, I'm sure he hasn't looked at this particular maybe position, but I'm sure he's got, E5, D4, all these different moves are thematic, I'm sure, in almost any other variation that he's analyzed.
I mean, I just switched on Stockfish, and Stockfish is clueless. It changed its mind from 0.9 advantage to minus 0.4, now black to plus 0.1, which means literally nothing, of course.
Well, if I see something like that, I immediately think that this must be great for black. Because
Probably.
if it's like, if I'm down a piece, but we're talking about a roughly equal evaluation, this must be, very, very serious compensation. Not just visual, but also objectively speaking.
That's right. So again, this is essentially one of the most important matchups here in the open section under 14. The fight for the gold medal is underway. Maybe let's select another top board and see what is happening in the girls under 18 section, where we have the sole leader, Aya Alkhverdieva, playing against Yelizaveta Khrebenshkova. Alkhverdieva is the only leader, the sole leader, with 5.5 points out of 6, while Khrebenshkova is the top-seeded player, and we have a sharp Sicilian Tamanov. Maybe you recognize this.
I was going to say, I was going to say it's not fair if you ask me about this position, because I should be asking you about this position. I know you are a big practitioner of the Taimanov system, and I believe you have maybe a course on it or not?
No, Sicilian Khan.
Almost, yeah.
It's a very, very close line. But my opening prep already finished about here.
You had a game here against Edouard Romain, am I correct?
Yeah,
with
that's
some
correct.
bishop d2 instead of
That's
bishop
correct.
g1.
That's
Yeah.
correct. And we already saw in this tournament, I think it was the open section under 18, Jukas Augustin, who already played this. And I remember back in the day when I played this, bishop d2 was the novelty. And Romain, either he uncorked it during the game or he.
I think you uncorked it, but I think you drew the game, yes?
I drew the game.
You drew the game, you saved it.
Absolutely
yeah.
stunning game, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
But
So-
bishop g1 is the standard move. And, okay, both players are, around this, okay, so f5. I mean, this looks typical, but at the same time, I don't know if this is some kind, I like to look at the time expenditure when it's this early in the game, and I see that white has 113, so perhaps this was, something relatively familiar, but it's not 130, meaning that some of this is, I think, probably over the board inspiration at this point.
That's right, and actually here the prior games in this tournament, in this line, played before was a short castle. I mean, yeah. How do you like that? You play h5, knight h6, and castle under the threat of f6, but apparently f6 is impossible because black just takes an f6 and they're dependent with a queen.
Ah, okay, very nice detail. Yeah, and the pawn on h3 was useless to kick back the knight. Yeah, but okay, this is so I think for sure black was, so we see a 30-minute or thing for black, but yeah, it looks so scary to castle short here for black without, even if you do know this detail about f6, you can find it over the board, you still might have second thoughts about castling and just leave your king in the center. So I would take white here at this point, but at the same time, I'll be honest, like, as you may know, I play a lot of anti-Sicilian systems and stuff like that, so I'm getting a bit old, so my nerves aren't as good. I need to play more compositions because this is like, whichever side has the advantage, obviously the cost of mistake is very, very high.
Yeah, I love that. The cost of mistake indeed, because the game is super sharp. Again, this is the fight between two leaders. I stopped playing Sicilian at amount of myself precisely because of this reason, because I just sometimes couldn't bear the pressure. I mean, one mistake and you're done. You're playing against a very well-prepared opponent, and this is also, again, the reason why I switched to the Sicilian con, which felt it's more
positional.
More positional, yeah. All right, let's continue to observe. Also, some of the top boards we want to see is perhaps, since we talked about Jukas Augustin, right now here he has his game against Alexei Grebnev, and anti-Sicilians. I mean, this is where you must be feeling like a fish in the water, Alex, because look at this. What is this?
So, okay, so this, bishop b5, knight d7, this is standard, but bishop e2 and d3, this is not something that I've played, although maybe I got to take a note of this, yeah? So let's see, because there's a lot of standard theory. There, bishop d3 is the main line. I've played it myself many times after a6, and that looks very clumsy, but the point is that you're going to go c3, bishop c2, d4, and one of these days we're going to have a nice, beautiful center. But bishop e2 and d3, this kind of, when I saw the position that got pulled up on the screen, I thought this came from a close Sicilian, right? Because it reminds me of those positions where white just goes all out for the attack on the king side, you forget about the queen side, and we'll get a checkmate. But let's see how this transposed. So bishop e2, d3, a4, knight d2.
Yeah, knight e2, very interesting, yeah.
And then f4,
f4, knight c3, bishop f3. And
but and g4. But I have seen an idea, not in this exact position, but similar. White plays knight g5. Let's say instead of knight d2, like you played like knight g5, and it's a funny idea because you also open up the route for f4, and when they play h6, you go back to h3, and then you're saying, okay, now I can go f4, f5, g4, g5, and maybe that h6 pawn is going to be a target when black castles short. So, yeah, it's very interesting, I have to say, like in general, I feel like opening theory, it's really expanded in so many different directions. Like before, it'd be like you play the main lines, but now people are looking for a game or surprising ideas and directions we've never looked at before, like bishop e2, d3. I mean, have you ever seen this before?
No.
And you've been playing the anti-Sicilians
for a long time. I already hadn't seen it right here. I mean, this is new to me because it just makes no sense at all. Because normally, why would you want to play bishop b5 and then retreat bishop e2 and play d3, imprison the bishop? But I totally get his idea.
Now you get it when he's pushed all these pawns, yeah?
Now I get it. All right.
Okay, let's see it. So he goes f4 and then g4.
Yeah, so we got this position. This is last time where we left it. And of course, black tries to expand the queen side. This is where he's supposed to play. White does not open the A file because this would improve black's chances at the queen side. Queen g4. Both of the players are very determined to carry out their plans. c4, knight f3, bishop c5, king h1, knight e6, knight e5. Well.
Yeah, this looks... my first instinct, this looks pretty dangerous for black because I don't see what the breakthrough on the queen side. Obviously, any c3 or b3 can be met with, I think I saw this is called the locker. These two pawns staring at each other. They push one, you just push the other, and everything's closed. And I guess for white, something like h5, g6, or h5, even maybe h6, looks like a very real possibility. So yeah, looks like Juhas, his approach with the slow knight h5, knight f6 looks like a nice one too. His slow kind of burner d3 looks so passive, but then all of a sudden g4, f4, g4, h4. So it looks very serious. I feel like, I've played such a way like in blitz. It's you try to attack, you try to have some fun, and it feels like these things work in blitz quite well. But I'm always a little skeptical. What if my opponent has 90 minutes on the clock? They're going to figure out some defenses, right? But nevertheless, it still feels like it's practically a dangerous task for black.
Alex, the one thing which jumps to my mind is some of the most famous games, since I recently wrote this chessable course on the King's Indian attack. And one of the model games was Sergei Karyakin's World Cup game versus Samuel Shanklin.
Oh, yes.
Where Shanklin played everything according to computer. I mean, top choice, he is better. And then he gets checkmated.
Yeah.
So it's not really so simple because, again, this is a fight between two human beings, and engines love these positions from black's perspective. Engines say there's nothing at the king's side, don't be worried. I mean, totally everything is under control. And yet, still the human beings, they are concerned, they're not sure. They start to see ghosts, and this is precisely the moment when white very often gets the upper hand.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfectly stated that, there's one thing when you have the computer valuation, there's another thing when it's a battle between two humans and you have to, stand up to the practical pressure, and you don't see that it's, hey, this attack, 0-0, or, minus 0.5. I think that's, that game that you brought up, I remember, Sergei Karyakin, it was just both sides played in textbook fashion, but white got the checkmate, right? That's like one of those games that goes into the model game section on the King's Indian. And, I think, this is actually something that came up earlier in the tournament where there was a game that I was preparing or looking at, and I noticed that a player played a certain way almost all the time, and it wasn't a really particularly great system, but they were having fantastic results with it because you just set up an attack. Okay, the engine says this approach, okay, minus 0.5, minus 1 even, but it's such a straightforward attacking plan that in practice, okay, you have your evaluation, but then you still get checkmated. So it's important to consider these factors.
All right, let's check one more game. Which could be the open section under 16, where we have two Polish players, Jakub Seman playing against Jan Klimkowski. This is also not only a fight between two leaders, this is a fight between two friends, because they have often shared the same room in many tournaments. Not here. They're thank goodness, they're living in separate rooms, because otherwise one of the players would have to prepare for the game in the bathroom, the other one on the balcony. But okay, this is a very common theme. Have you ever had something like this? I mean, playing against a very good friend, a very important event.
So, a couple times. I actually have a funny one. I was traveling with one of my students in the United States, and my student was a FIDE master, a strong player. And this happened twice actually. We're traveling. I'm seconding him, but we're also both playing, and we're living together, and all this stuff. And we got paired twice. Now, one of the games, okay, we made a draw. And then one of the games, I wanted to play. I had the white pieces, and I'm also, I'm a trainer, but okay, I'm still a competitive player, and I want the rating points, I want the norms. I said, no, we are playing, and I lost. So it's kind of, I wasn't upset, but it's like, okay, if I'm gonna lose, I guess it's fine if I lose, Then I can say, well, I'm not a great player, but I'm a great coach. So
you remain friends.
Yes.
Okay, that's yes, the most important part.
It's not a big issue.
All right, what do we make of this? Because this was some sort of a French. We didn't really understand what to make of it. Apparently, some big theoretical discussion. Yeah.
But I know black. I haven't kept up with this at all. But I know that the crazy move was g5 for a long time. I don't know if it's considered good or bad.
I mean, here. Let me just put it on the board. Here, instead of a5.
Or even after a5.
Even after a5, you can play g5, g4, try to hit the pawn. I think white sometimes even sacrifices the pawn.
Right. But this is, I have no idea what the status of this. a5, I mean, kind of makes sense. Black wants to play on the queen side. And I would think this is going to be something like, oh, black's going to trade in d4, maybe put a knight in b4. But I'm spoiled. I know the final position, or the current position of the game, is not positional at all, yeah?
Maybe we can have it on the screen, by the way. At the moment, we are not seeing the board. Let's put it on the screen so that we can show the viewers the game in question that we're talking about. All right. I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, but anyway, the game was pretty sharp. Apparently we have a technical glitch here, but after a very quickly played opening, now the players have a long thing.
Yeah, and it's funny when you said this is a French. I was like, what French? What line? There's no, the pawn structure is not there. The dreaded light square bishop is not there. So I even thought this. I even thought, was this like some Catalan? Because I see the fianchetto on G2. But this, it feels like we have a lot of, at least the games we've looked at on top boards today, we have a lot of positions where one side is clearly going for the attack. We saw the game between Fam and Vitohin, where there was the peace sacrifice. We saw the game just now in the, that was the boys under, the open under 18, last one, with the King's Indian type formation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was another one where just like all out attack. And here, again, we see, I mean, I'm looking at this knight g4, queen h3, the weak like squares. Okay, I don't have a light square bishop though, so perhaps from White's perspective, something like in the future, bishop d5, bishop g2 will be quite nice to kick out the queen. But I'm also eyeballing, you know, is black in time to play like bishop d8, bishop b6, try to get some kind of threads going?
That looks nasty. Yeah, by the way, it's material equality.
I thought it was a pawn, but
yeah,
it's not a pawn.
No, it's not a pawn.
Yeah.
The pawn on b7 is
Yeah.
alive and well. All right, so these are the leader fights. We had a look at them briefly. So, I mean, Alex, it was a pleasure to have you here. Maybe some final words. What do you expect from this tournament? Your future plans?
So, yeah, I mean, pleasure being here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And yeah, I mean, the tournament, we're halfway through. You know, it's 6 rounds and a rest day, but all the tough games are still to come. The last 5 rounds, you know, we're already seeing some great fighting chess, and all the heavy hitters, you know, so to speak, are battling each other. So it's only getting more intense. You know, so my expectation, you know, as a trainer, spectator, I guess, you know, just one day at a time. Obviously, do our best. You know, prepare, try our best to play a good game, review it, and you know, one at a time. There shouldn't be, or at least the way I try to keep it, there shouldn't be extra pressure or less pressure, more pressure. It's just at the end of the day, we're playing one chess game a day. It's not the most, you know, crazy activity that exists. And for me personally, after this event, I will, you know, I've just actually traveled for 35 days abroad. Then I came home. Then I came here. So another 2 weeks abroad. So I'm hoping to come home, get a little bit of rest, and then now that I've will finish some coaching, I want to get back to playing and trying to pursue, you know, not say grandmaster title, but just chess improvement, and then you know we'll see.
Let's say grandmaster title.
Let's say grandmaster.
I think you should get it. All right, thank you, Alex, for joining me. That was the international master Alex Ostrovsky, one of the coaches of USA team here with us in Montesilvano, Italy. We are going to make a short break, and Keti Tsatsalashvili, my host, will be and partner will be back here in the studio. In the meantime, dear viewers, don't go anywhere. Be back in several minutes. See you soon.
coming back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We are in round 7 here in Italy, and the games are heating up on the top boards. Keti and Arturs in the studio. Arturs, what we have the first link to show to our viewers.
Right. My suggestion is, Keti, we will go back once again to the leaderboards and then see what's happening on the in the peloton group, so to speak. Right. We could start with the open section under 18 very quickly, just looking once again at the last moves being played, because obviously this is a fight between two leaders where Alexei Grabnev, representing FIDE, is the sole leader, and he faces Lukáš from Hungary. So very interesting game. We looked at this position briefly with Alex here in the studio a couple of minutes ago, and we concluded that probably black is perfectly fine, but also Alex said that this position looks quite scary for black, because white has all kind of ideas: play h5, g6, maybe f5, a bishop f4, and clearly white is very determined to make something good happen at the king side. And the last moves here for Grabnev was queen c7, rook e1, a bit strange move, I guess, and bishop d4. I like this move, because now look at this. Grabnev is threatening to hit the knight on e5, also stopping white's idea to play f5. And if you play knight f3 here, I guess his idea was to play bishop f2, punish white for positioning the rook on e1, and then remove the knight from g3, which is going to cost white the pawn on e4. And this is the reason why white decided now play queen e2, but the attack, of course, still continues.
Interesting game indeed, and very sharp. As you mentioned, white has its own ideas. Black also stands very strong in the center. And what we can see here that is clear, white has spent way more time off the clock, 24 minutes for next 16 moves, Arturs, and black has more comfortable time on the clock. White should not cross the I think 50 minutes time, because then white will find himself into time scramble, and it will be more difficult to face here black's threats. Is there any other game that you would like to focus here?
Right. Maybe just make some overviews, because there's definitely more games we want to follow. The game of Ansat versus Ilan Party have reached some sort of an endgame where I think if somebody can play this position for the win, it's only Ansat. He was surprised with this OK liberation, remember the opening phase. So after some complications, they have reached the following position where white has captured the pawn on a6, which gives him a very strong pass pawn. I think the pawn on c3 probably is going to disappear from the table, but after the rook trade, if white pushes a5, a6, and maybe improves its odds with something like bishop f3, I like white here.
Okay.
So looking really good here for the white player. Let's continue, move on. There's not much happening in the game of Jakub Sem against Jan Klimkovsky, open section under 16, where they fired out opening very quickly. They got to this position. I'll even go back one move, because this is where we already, like an hour ago.
Yeah, we have predicted that this might go this way. Arturs, here there's a deviation. We saw this other game was rook to d8, and now black goes with rook to c8. And once again, what this time tells you that white has burned way more of the clock?
I'm not entirely sure, because probably this was the first position where Jakub had to think independently. He could not follow already any analysis, and that's why he had to spend some time to get a proper feeling of this position. Visually, I like white's position, because if white manages to neutralize a black's kingside attack, where you see this queen on h3, knight on g4 standing there, then I think that black might regret having slightly weakened pawns at a queen side. But probably, I guess it's about balance, and Klimkovsky has more time on the clock, so I think it's still too early to make the conclusions here. We are going to go back to this game, which of course is super interesting, and Klimkovsky is the only player, by the way, here in Montesilvano at the moment with a perfect score, 6 points out of 6, two friends facing each other. Let's continue, move on, and this is the second board, open section under 16, where we have Leonardo Costa, the young German, playing against Batsokanan from Mongolia. I like White's position here very much.
Yeah, I understand why you like here White's position, this pawn on e6, background pawn, and too many weaknesses on the black side of the board, but the pawn on d4 in these structures are also quite weak, and you can see now queen and the bishop are facing those that pawn and keeps White's queen and the rook on the board. It is actually black to move, and after bishop to h3, now the pawn on a6. e6 is in fact hanging, and black has to find out the way how to guard it, or maybe put extra tension on d4, which for the moment is perhaps impossible.
I definitely prefer White here. Not really sure what black can do, because now the pressure on e6 becomes very serious, so he would have to play, I don't know, something like bishop g5, perhaps try to relieve some pressure. Perhaps Costa can respond with queen g5, hitting the bishop on g6. Of course, we have to calculate lines like queen takes on b2 and properly assess the situation, but at the moment I think that Costa is looking really good with the dream position from sort of a French position, although this was the Karakan. So
yeah, they very often transposes to
it
to
sometimes
each other,
transposes the Karakan with advanced variation e5, sometimes can get to some French-like positions. Let's move on. Very quickly have a glance at the game of the two leaders in the open section under 14, where things are, oh my goodness, heating up incredibly, because, I mean, this crazy sharp game where Sava sacrificed a piece on d5. I mean, White attacked that knight on d5, and Black said, you can take it, but your king on e2 is very weak. And here, Black just played d5, d4, hitting the rook on h1, while the bishop on b4 is hanging. I guess now the question is, if White decides to play rook g1, then Black retreats with the bishop perhaps to c5. Try to hit it with the d3 check, and on top of these threats, there's also perhaps a more sinister threat, e5, rook e8, and remind White, what is your mister doing on e2?
That's indeed a very good question, Arturs. I was thinking here if White can play something like queen to d3 to counterattack on h7 weakness.
Oh. But I have a rude awakening for you. Yeah, that might change some things.
Oh, that is rude to win the game this way. White's king struggling in the center. It is extra piece, but somehow you need very strong coordination. And after what I have seen, Arturs, even if rook goes on g1 in this position, as it is White's move, there can be d3 maybe.
Oh,
even
you mean immediately?
d3, yeah.
Oh my goodness, d3. So queen d3 now jumps under bishop a6, and don't tell me there's king d3. I refuse to believe that. You can't play just like this. So definitely not king d3.
And if king goes on f2, how about bishop c5, bishop e3, and can I be extra
Yes, I know you want to do this. Rook f4, g takes. Queen f4, you can't take the queen. This is a pin. You can't play queen f3. This is a contested square. Looks so dangerous. It's almost like a mate on the board. So clearly, White can do this. I'm not really sure if Ham here is feeling really, really well. Perhaps after d4, he has to, give up this rook at h1. And play 8x on b4 and just say, listen, now at least I have two minor pieces for the rook.
Yeah, I agree with that. He made a move here with White. I'm so curious. I was actually thinking maybe he has to give up the rook and take the light square bishop, like something bishop h3. But he's blitzing out all the moves. We're going to receive the games very fast. Can we zoom out, please? Rook is gone from h-file, Arturs. That means that White captured the pawn on b4 and now played queen to d3, attacking the pawn on h7.
This looks very strong, and now just like that, Black's initiative looks so much weaker, right? I mean, he won this rook on h1, but now White has managed to solidify his position. It could be really tricky to defend the pawn on h7, because if you play h6, it doesn't defend anything. White is going to play queen h7, queen h8, collect entire kingdom of Black at the king side. If you play g6, I'm guessing we could see something like queen takes on d4, and now the rook on f6 is under attack. So could it be that perhaps Vetokhin has overestimated his chances, because this idea of d4, it looked really good. But then again, you don't leave any opportunity for white to make a mistake, because the threats of d3 look so serious. So I think actually it was Pekhamko who was quite happy to give up the rook. And I just switched on the engine, and the engine confirms that actually d4 is a big mistake by Vetokhin. Bishop takes on h1. We could have huge result here, because after queen d3, engine announces white is winning. But I already feel, even without an engine, white's chances look very good here.
Yeah, white's chances look very good in here, and we can see Sava also very deep in his thoughts. We might even read some gestures from his face. He might not be quite satisfied with the move order that he had. It's indeed very interesting sacrifice, but you need to find the most precise moves, and if you deviate somehow the engine lines, you can find yourself into huge troubles. We're gonna keep the eye on this game. This is the current position, right? Black is thinking.
I just wanted to mention what was apparently the best move, at least according to the engine. So I mean, the game is a complete mess, and you can't really blame Sava for not understanding how to play out it the best way. Engine says you should have played bishop d6. Right, I tried to open up the center with e5, and now white has a couple of choices. Perhaps something like bishop g2. Black should hit the knight from g5 with h6. Let's say I play knight f3, and now you play e5. Yeah, now you see this is looking really dangerous, and here the Silicon Beast is saying that black is actually better, and white does not want to open the position. The only move here is bishop e3, and black's initiative just opens up like wildfire here.
Yeah, very tense position, and even engine says here, someone's position, you might feel quite uncomfortable with any of the side, because if you don't play these moves that the Stockfish suggests, you might find yourself into huge problem with any of the side. No one is guaranteed here to have a peaceful position. Queen to d3 is the last position. Now black is thinking how to avoid queen to h7, unpleasant move. There is also rook to h2 move, which attacks the pawn on h2 and also guards the pawn on h7. Not too many choices, but still black has some time to think out here. Arturs, I suggest to take a look at the other games. We might have also some sharp continuations on the other ones.
Right, and I also think that the second board, Keti, doesn't really disappoint, because we just missed a very beautiful piece sacrifice by Pavel Sawinski. I mean, if we go back a couple of moves, I want to show you this beautiful moment. So we have a modern Benoni position here between two players in the open section under 14, where the Philippine player Arka is playing against Polish player Pavel Sawinski. And here, after white play knight a5, you think that black was concerned about this threat knight c6? No, he actually found a way to rip apart white's center with a beautiful shot, knight e4, bishop f5. Now, you see this position and you are wondering, probably black thought that he's going to win the piece on e4. Actually, that's not the case, because after bishop f3 now reveals black's idea. He plays knight e5. He has sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, but the next moves like knight e4 and d5 makes black's position really exciting, and this prompted white to respond with g4.
Oh, what a sharp position indeed here. Like now the bishop is hanging, but this g4 weakens the white's king even further. Arturs, what do you think? Have black considered this move to be played, or he's surprised?
It looks very human, to be honest, because I mean the spin here is something that bothers white. So with g4, okay, you weaken the king, but sometimes you got to do things which solve your current problems. I'm not sure what black is going to continue. I would assume something like knight b4,
right,
continue in the same spirit. So white has to protect the knight on e4 with, I guess, queen g2. And now either we are going to see a very sharp forced line with something like bishop takes, and, I don't know, open up the center with d5. But most likely black will retreat with the bishop somewhere. Bishop d7, bishop b5, try to hit the rook. And this game is so wild because, again, white doesn't really have to be passive here. Also, white can remind black, I'm also the one who is playing here. How about f5, going for a king set attack, continue with bishop f4. Totally crazy.
It is super crazy. Shall I go back on g4? Black is here thinking some other variations. What if black includes this check? Bishop to d4. King goes probably on h1.
All right.
If this makes any changes here.
I'm not sure.
You know why I've included this move, Arturs? Because there is one tricky line. If king goes on g2, that's also, or h2, let's say h2 or g2, there is this knight e3, bishop e3, and rook b2 idea.
Oh, okay. This is beautiful. So you found a way to win the queen. Although, of course, you would have to, I mean, if we want to continue, you would have to calculate takes, g takes in f5, etc. So
yeah,
the line could potentially continue, and this final position, okay, I guess black is winning. It's too much.
Too many things.
Too many pieces.
Hanging,
Although
yeah.
4 minor pieces for the.
But now g takes.
Oh wait, it's 4 pieces for the queen.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
G takes, knight f6.
Knight f6, yeah. Perhaps not bishop. Bishop takes a rook, but to take here the pawn would be the choice.
Yeah, many continuations here to consider. But you're right, Keti.
So
why doesn't have to play king g2? Just
yeah, king h2 and king g2, something that you can burn your time. King goes on h1.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Why do you need this check?
To have some traps.
I get it.
As I showed you.
I get it. Yeah.
It's always good to put some pressure. Yeah. No
Yeah. Okay. I don't argue. So something like bishop b. I'm sorry, knight b4, queen g2 could be played, and yeah, I think that black will have to prove whatever he has. But we can agree on one thing, Keti, that this game is very exciting. It doesn't disappoint, and I think so far this round 7, where we're seeing essentially heavyweights fighting in every age group, it does not disappoint. It's very entertaining to follow. So let's continue to observe, because there's more action in other age groups, but of course this is one of the top games we want to follow, which would have huge implications on the overall rankings. My suggestion, Keti, is let's jump to the girls under 18 section and see if there have been more moves.
Queen takes the pawn. Yeah. Wow, this is accepted here the challenge. Queen takes the pawn very often ends losing the queen, but you know, white has calculated probably all these possibilities.
So big question: what happens after rook g8?
Definitely not queen to h6, queen to h7.
Wait. I think I got it. Am I right? So queen h6 is bishop g5. Can I play knight e6 here? Is this something that Krebenchkova missed? It's just an idea. Just an idea. I mean, the point is, for example, I mean, black takes on e6 and asks, where's your point? I give you a check. And now you have to go to the d file, probably here. I'm not entirely sure, by the way, where do you go? Because I see some checks on b6, or after king d8, I see from afar bishop b6 ideas as well, so I could even consider a queen sacrifice. But the point is, I want to take on h6. And now you see you no longer have this bishop g5 check. So the point also after knight takes on e6 is after rook takes on g7, I'm wondering if there's knight takes on c7 here. And now you can't take on c7. The bishop on b7 is hanging, and rook c7, I just take the knight on d5 for free. And rook g8 is played on the board, and we might get our answers very quickly. I have a feeling that
I like knight e6.
This could be actually the case. So rook g8, I mean, after knight e6, is this line even forced? I'm not entirely sure, but I think that if white already took the pawn on g7, knight e6 might follow. What is this? I mean, there could be some other moves as well, because who said that black has to take it? I mean, f takes on e6 once again. Take, check. Where do you put the king? d8, d7, who knows? Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Knight e6 is on the board. This is fire. Wow.
96. If not 96, was there any other move? I think this was actually White's only move to play after this one. And now Elisabetta has a menu to play. There's also Queen C4 move that I like very much.
Very human.
Queen goes on A2, attacks on A2 pawn, attacks on E4 as well, and the queen is itself under attack. Knight is itself under attack. Many things are happening, and yeah, as they say, chess is not a checkers to capture this knight back. And even those deadlines are not so clear. Can we once again follow that one? F takes E, F takes E.
F takes on E6, all
Bishop
right.
G6.
This game is so unclear.
Let's say king to D7.
Yeah, I don't know. I would play king D8 probably.
Doesn't matter.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's the
king
same
D8.
move, yeah.
All right.
Queen takes the knight, and
It just feels great for white.
now queen e5 is the move that black has to play with the idea bishop to g5.
Oh, there's the bishop G5 threat. Actually, this changes things because
Yeah.
I thought visually that here white is totally fine.
And Arturs, if you play king to b1, which is also so natural move, there will be very, very naughty moves. Yeah, queen f6 is one thing, but
And if I take
I
it,
was actually thinking, oh,
yeah, sorry.
yeah, if we take, what happens? Bishop g5 anyway?
Take what?
Oh, no,
What do
okay,
you-
let's just follow this line. Queen to h5, queen to g5 is the best move here. This is a bit
nuts.
odd.
Okay, so white loses a piece on G6. It's just one of the crazy lines here. So
Wow.
essentially, the better player who feels these complications
Who
is gonna win
calculates
this game.
best, yeah, and gives the evaluation.
Because this
in
is
the
very
end.
often how it happens. I mean, you just basically throw a grenade on the board. Now every piece starts to fly, and who is going to navigate it best, right? Who is
Yeah.
going to navigate these complications? Because
Another
engine says
thing-
it's equal.
Yeah, another thing is that how easy are your moves? Like, for instance, after queen takes h6 here, how easy is queen to e5 move? What do you think, Artur?
I think it's very easy because
yeah, bishop g5
yeah,
is
it's
calling.
very easy. I mean,
Yeah.
bishop g5 check traps the queen. You see threats like bishop f6, queen f6. Of course, your calculation doesn't stop here. You have to see from afar what happens with bishop g6 check. Does the king go to d7, or you sacrifice an exchange? You have to calculate these things very precisely. And also look at this from the Krebenchkova's perspective, because I mean, who said that f takes on e6 is the move here? She does not know that, because maybe there is some other moves. For example, she has to calculate rook g7, assess. She has to calculate moves like queen c4. So let's just put it on the board. For example, queen c4. I mean, you have to assess this position as well, because it hits the bishop on e4. You can't take on d5. That's a mate on the board. So what happens after queen h7?
Yeah. So indeed, maybe
What?
something like queen a2.
I cheated a bit. I switched on the engine. What on earth is this? Knight f6? What is this?
Oh, then it opens up the bishop e4 move,
Wow.
and it's a checkmate. Oh, that's amazing. Wow.
All right, so actually here for
Oh,
white,
wow, that's amazing.
this is mind-boggling.
Wow.
Some future chess, I mean chess from the 23rd century here. So apparently queen h7 is a mistake. So, okay, we now switched on the engine, because it's so difficult to navigate. This engine says totally dead draw here. Nothing is happening here. So queen takes on h6.
Queen e4
Queen
is also
e4,
easy.
what is this? Okay, queen e4, knight a to c5, queen g2,
Yeah.
equal.
I'm sorry.
We're going
I'm
to equal.
sorry. What
Okay.
is this? And the equal is because black has this queen to g1 move, and
know,
it's
I
also hard to.
I think, Keti, they could give the players, the leading players, this position, play out the next round, basically, starting position here, and they would still find like 50 different ways to play it out.
Yeah, for sure. The most important here in this position is how they feel, because one of these players think that I'm worse or I'm better, and that's what really matters. in that position. Knight e6 is on the board, and they also have very similar time pressure. Less than half an hour, 20 more moves, and 20 very difficult more moves to make.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what she's going to do. You
I
know,
love this game.
I mean, totally. This is the game of the round so far.
Yeah.
I mean, f takes on e6. I have a feeling that Hrebenchikova is going to head for f takes on e6 because it has some degree of control. Queen c4, this is your typical Michael Tal game. I mean, Michael Tal totally will play queen c4 here, you know, let things explode, leading your opponent in a dark forest where 2 + 2 is 5, and he's the only one who knows the way out of this forest. We might see that, but I mean, Hrebenchikova is still a human being. I think f takes on e6 probably will be played.
Yeah, I think most of us would take this knight and then queen e5, because you see, first of all, it's a fine line here for black, and you're getting rid of the pieces like knight on e6, which controls a lot of squares.
Fantastic.
Oh, look at them, actually,
game.
both of them so deep into the calculation. If we can just have a full screen of the players to just figure it out how difficult this position is. They are actually not blinking in this, but they cannot really get off the board right now. This is the key point in this game.
Let's have all the players who enjoy positional chess have a minute of silence here. Just look at this. This is essentially the modern chess at its best, and this is how chess is played at the highest level. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Yeah, I would wonder, and ask the first question to both of them, how they evaluate this position.
I don't know. Probably, you know, it's crazy. I mean, who can evaluate this properly?
When you play this, from one of the side, you know you're better or you're wrong, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure they
have
have the knowledge.
never say, like, I have unclear position.
You know, I think that for example, what Alek Verdieva could say, she could say that I know this motive from somewhere. And what she probably doesn't know how to evaluate this particular position, because maybe she has seen this idea. Because if we go back here, this idea of f4 f5 right here, she was still in the prep here. So definitely the idea of queen g7, f takes on e6, knight e6 must have been one of the ideas here in this position. But again, does she know this particular position with a couple of moves later? Probably not. So
no, I don't think they are familiar to these ideas, because like. I believe they came up here on the board, as the time also says. They have invested quite a lot in this position, Arturs. This is crazy game.
Let's come back to this game, you know, because I have a hard time to choose, because also this game of Vitokin against Kham, it exploded, and then Vitokin didn't manage to navigate in the complexities. Again, the cost of the mistake here is very high. You can't afford to make mistakes. So you can see, I mean, how concentrated are those two players. I don't think they can even hear anything happening left and right. Total 100% concentration, calculating things to the finest detail. Let's move on, but we're gonna we'll be coming back to this game at some point later. What is happening in the game of Trefoy against Rochelle, second board in the same age category, girls under 18. Rochelle has a great, just winning position. Extra pawn to bishops, better pawn structure.
Yeah, for the moment I thought that b2 was a pawn, and I was like, is white a pawn piece down now? But this is actually a bishop which is so locked in there. Can there be any chances here for white to hold the position? Realistically,
no, I think. But okay, I've seen all kinds of strange things sometimes. It feels like this is a strategical, easily winning position. Black has the compensation. Black has the pawn and the compensation for it. Beautiful bishops, a lot of weaknesses.
And we have a handshake.
Oh, she resigns. All right.
She resigns. Oh, wow.
Yeah, the position looked hopeless. Of course, there's no joy. There's no joy to play this, and this is also
5 minutes as well. This is not helping.
On Michaela's face, you could read it. She's not happy the way she played it out. But already, I said it, Keti, after the opening. Remember the strange opening she played? I did not like it, and I think it was Rochelle who played some fantastic chess after that and managed to prove exactly why she is the only woman grandmaster here in this girls under 18 category. Let's continue.
Actually, Arturs, I saw a lot of moves on the other board while we were observing this one, and they made the moves. Let's check out first what was.
So let's go back to the
queen. Rook takes the queen was the choice. Oh, they blitz out many moves here.
what?
Knight e6 is the move 20. Oh, they are playing so fast.
That's the line. Okay, I get it. So here Hrebenchkova decided to, go the human way. This is something I did not see because I assume that here white is instantly doing great because she has an extra 2 pawns actually. But now that I look at this position more closely, I realize there's going to be bishop d5, rook d5, and rook g2, which changes things.
Yeah,
because now black is down a pawn, but very active, and it's also very controlled environment.
Yeah, that's a very fair point here, Arturs, what you mentioned, that black has more control here. The pawn on c2 is right now hanging. What happens if c3, if white tries to hold that position? Can black actually get more out of it?
There could be some problems with knight f5, knight g3. Maybe actually bishop c5 makes more sense because you solve the problem of knight f5, knight g3, and you're closing up this c file. And then whatever happens. Yeah, maybe the same knight f5, yeah? Knight f5, and black seems to have a pretty good compensation. I mean, beautiful rook on second rank, active pieces, and this is precisely why Hrebenchkova went here. I mean, as much as she would love to continue the crazy position, there's no way you can give a proper assessment.
And white is actually trying to play her bishop on c5, but she was not so certain. She took her hands to g1 bishop and then sit back, and now she's trying once again, and in the end she goes bishop to c5, and this is exactly the position we have on the board. I think the storm has passed in this game. We thought to escalate it in a different way for us to have more fun, to have the queens on the board and some threats. But you guys, this is the most important round, round 7. The leaders are facing each other, and we mentioned earlier that any loss here can be crucial for every player. They cannot risk that much anymore.
Absolutely. So it's completely understandable, the choices that Yelizaveta made here. Let's select a category, girls under 16, where we have 2 leaders. The sole leader, Chikiao Wang from China, is playing against Alua Nurmanova from Kazakhstan. Also the top seeded player playing against the second seeded player. Again, 2 heavyweights are fighting against each other. We left it after the opening where we had a feeling that Nurmanova had the better position. Now she's trying to capitalize on her advantage. She gave up the pawn, apparently, has a strong center. But does she have enough? Oh wait, the pawn on a6 is under attack. I did not see this.
Yeah, the pawn on a6 under attack, and white can in fact grab it right now, this pawn. Although black has its own ideas. If you go for this pawn, black will play h6, and the pawn on e4 is hanging. So maybe we can see that line. What happens?
Which line?
Rook takes the pawn.
Yeah. I mean, visually, I think black is fine, completely. So I think something went wrong for Nurmanova. So
Rook takes.
I'm not even sure if I have to take, by the way.
Let's see one
Yeah,
line
okay,
that I want to
okay, okay.
suggest.
All right. And h6, yeah?
h6, but now d5 is the move that you can check it out too, as the b7 queen is a threat. And you cannot go far with the queen, because queen a8 is another threat here.
I might have some tricks myself. So d takes, knight a6, queen e8. I have queen e8 or even rook e8. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah. And if not d5 in that position?
And then your center is shaky. Now, actually, I have a feeling that here white has overpressed things. Because if you take on a6 at least, because even instead of rook a6, I was thinking just rook e8, Black is super solid. There's everything under control. And just play next move h6, and white's center is good, but it's unstable.
Yeah.
So whatever happened before, I'm not sure what led to this position, but I would imagine that Nurmanova is not going to take the pawn on a6. But if she does not take the pawn on a6, what does she do? Very surprising, because, I mean, we saw this right after the opening. I mean, I'll just show you the position. Where was this? It was here. We left it here, and it's totally what is under control here. Perfect control, yeah. You play d4, you take the center. Knight on b7 is pretty bad. But apparently, about here, Nurmanova slightly overpressed things. She played a5, played queen a4, queen c2, pretty interesting, by the way. And then, oh, wow, bishop b4. Maybe this was a miss by the Kazakhstan player.
Lovely. And the pawn on a5 has been gone now, using the pin. Oh, that might be one move blunder, actually.
Might be. Yeah, it might be. I think, where was this? Once again. d3, yeah? d3 apparently could be a mistake. She missed bishop b4. Very costly mistake. And now the final position is after...
Rook a7. Rook e7.
They already have it?
Yeah.
Oh. Ah, yeah, here. Rook e7, yeah. They didn't take on a6. Okay. Let's check the girls under 16, still the same category, but board number 2, where we have second board Alexandra Shvedova representing FIDE, playing against the German Michelle Truns. I think that black visually has achieved more, because this was again essentially clash of styles where white is dreaming about this future idea to play c5. Black at the same time has played aggressively h5, h4, h3, created a weakness on the king. And this is a kind of position, Keti, where white will never feel safe. Even if you play c5, if black keeps the queens on the board, your king is never feeling secure.
Yeah, I agree with that. So castle has just happened, and black has achieved a space advantage on the other side of the board. We just see that white has also made a move in the game. We'll see that in a second, or we can actually zoom in and figure it out. So here, Alexandra Shvedova, does she has also 6 out of 6?
No, 5 out of 5. She lost.
She
lost yesterday against.
She's struggling on
against
time.
Wang, yeah.
Yeah, she's struggling on time as well. 18 minutes in this position, and there is the move which rook to d1 has been played.
Which rook?
Rook
the other
c
move.
to d1.
Rook c.
Is she planning to play c5, d6 breakthrough?
She must be, because otherwise, what's her plan? I don't really see. And standing and doing nothing is definitely not an option. So I could easily imagine here Truns playing something like king h8, just in case remove the king from some checks. And I'm not convinced that the c5 is, immediately going to work for white, because let's say, I'm just put it like many trades. Look at this king, it's weak. Like d takes, and let's assume, of course. Knight c5, you're always jumping under some pins, like bishop c5, and rook c8. So it could be quite difficult for white to make this breakthrough happen. I mean, okay, maybe she can play queen f2 first, and then play c5. But if you play, let's say, queen f2, what happens with your knight on b3? Not even speaking about black's king's attack chances, e4, knight e5, knight g4, etc. It looks like a position where black is taking over.
Yeah, I agree. I can't add any more here, because you said it all the ideas of white. Arturs, I suggest to check out the girls under 14 as well. Very quickly, board 1 is the key board in here. We can see a lot of pieces has been traded. Black to move, the rook is hanging on b8. What we can get out of this position?
Well, I think that, again, I know I'm repeating myself a lot of times. I'm saying this visually looking, right? Because that is the very first impression I'm getting from the position. So again, I'm going to repeat it. So visually looking, white is better. Why is this? Because white has the rook on the 7th rank, very active, knight a6, Also, white is thinking about grabbing the pawn on a7, so probably Shukman doesn't want to play something passive as rook a8. She wants to be active. All of these kids, they know the importance of the active play. But if the pawn on a7 drops, then white essentially forms two connected passed pawns at the queenside, which is quite dangerous. But then, of course, I look at the position more closely, and I see all the downsides of white's position, most notably the weakened king side. I mean, the pawn on f3, outpost on f4 for the black knight. And this is what makes not so easy to give a proper assessment, but I still think I'm going to stand to what I said. I mean, visually, it looks like Kirtazi has the better position here.
Arturs, there is very funny looking line in here. Let's see what happens after rook to b6 if black tries to give up the pawn and then tries to build up something on the queen side. And let's say now rook to a4, hitting the knight. White gives a check, rook to a8, king goes on g7, and knight to c7.
That is a legal square. a8 is a legal square. Your knight can't stand there.
Yeah, and now rook to b7 to try to hold on. How white is going to improve this position?
No, actually, I would ask it differently. How black is going to attack the knight? And this I don't see.
No. We're not attack. We're trapping the knight there. And now my point is that I'm holding on the queen side. If you push a pawn or b pawn, then rook a7 wins the pawn back. Or otherwise, I will start to hit the weaknesses that you point out on the king side.
Okay.
If rook goes on d1, maybe knight to e5, knight c4 ideas.
How about rook e4? I also stop your knight e5. You might play knight h4 though.
Yeah.
And then whatever happens, do I protect the pawn? I guess I do. There might be intermezzo moves with f5.
And Arturs, can we just see this line too, instead of knight h4, if king goes on f6, perhaps, with knight e5 idea? And rook b4, yeah? That was the...
Yeah, probably.
And
So I guess you wanted to take, yeah?
either take or rook a7. I really don't know which one is better to keep the rooks or not. Let's say take on b4. And now knight to e5.
Somehow I feel that white is faster.
Knight.
Oh, no, wrong. Keti was shocked to see my move. I shocked you. Okay, king, d2, I guess.
Yeah. So difficult here to give the final evaluation.
No, but
of
white
this
is better.
position.
I think white is better, definitely. I mean, you are not in time to take the pawn on f3, and my a pawn is rolling forward. It just feels very good for white. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So maybe the bottom line is that things are not so obvious for Shukman because she wants to be active, but it might cost her something, and maybe she's just not seeing anything which appears to be acceptable for her. And while she's thinking, let's move on to the second board, where we have the younger sister of Alexandra Goryachkina, that is Oksana Goryachkina, representing FIDE. She's facing Afruza Kamdanova, very interesting player because Keti Afruza missed the first round. She had some problems with her flight getting here to Montesilvano. I'm very, very sorry to hear that, especially since she was one of the favorites and supposedly was supposed to score many points at the beginning. So she started with a loss with 0 points out of first round, but then she came back with 5 victories in a row, and now she is on board too.
Yeah, so for her, it's the tournament is 10 rounds, and for everyone else, it's 11 rounds. So we can see she's fighting. Besides that, she's back now on the second board and fighting for her best in this position. 2 knights versus 2 bishops, and Black's king is way too active in here, but Black also has its own ideas. Now the pawn on h3 in fact is hanging. White has to watch out for some traps.
Right. This position is very sharp. You know, I just wanted to say that White has managed to normalize the situation because I noticed knight e6 check. But also, then I noticed the pawn on h3 is under attack. So for example, if I give you this check on d6, try to expose the king, forcing bishop d6, take it, queen takes on h3.
I will take queen to b1 because you have not noticed.
That's slightly better. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
5 points.
It's more points. Fair point. Okay, I'll.
But
I tested you.
Yeah, I have a good eye. But the thing is that not only this pawn is hanging on h3, but when the bishop comes on c6,
okay,
you will have serious problems here for with white to hold this long diagonal. G2, f3, e4, all of them are hanging.
All right, you convinced me. I'm going to play rook e1. Now my point is, after bishop c6, I want to give you a check. Does it work? Oh, it doesn't work. It does not work because I thought I have queen e6 check, but you trade and put the bishop back on e7. So my calculation skills failed. Ah, wait, but I might play knight g3, now hit the pawn on e6. So maybe black cannot really play bishop c6.
Yeah.
And she has to play something like
Queen h3.
Queen h3, precisely. But queen h3 gives me options like knight g5, which maybe are not good at all because there's queen g4. Again, it just shows, again, there's so many complexities here to calculate. Maybe, of course, white has to play knight g3, black responds queen g4. And if she's able to play e5, bishop c6, two bishops always will be the better pieces than the two knights. But again, every position is so concrete.
She goes rook to a1 to... It makes a lot of sense to have these check opportunities. But from this perspective, without diving too much into the lines, which side would you prefer here, with white or with black?
I can't give an answer because I think we have joined a very unfortunate moment because it's very difficult to evaluate. I mean, I get it that black has these ideas like bishop c6 and get to the pawn on g2 and h3, but it's very concrete calculation. For example, now a lot of things depend how to evaluate the position after rook a1 because, for example, can black take on h3 or can black play bishop c6? Because if she can't, then white might be much better after knight e6.
Oh, okay, Arturs, look at this. What's white idea here? If queen takes on h3, you give a check, and if king goes on f7, this your idea, knight g5 wins a queen.
Precisely. And maybe black has to play bishop d8, which enables some checks on f6. And again, you want to calculate these things very precisely. Or maybe the same knight g5 now works, and due to the time, there's the pin, for example, knight g5, queen g4, there might be some moves. Like
how about we go with another knight?
With the other knight?
Yeah,
okay.
a knight f, and after queen g4 it's not possible.
Wow,
yeah,
that's
this kind of
brilliant.
idea, but queen g4 anyway is not possible.
No, what queen g4? I just take on g4.
Yeah, this is not possible.
Yeah, so I guess you would have to play something like queen h4, and this already feels like something, you know, knight f6, king e7, and where's my immortal mate here?
Knight d5, one more check.
Knight e5, king goes here. Okay, definitely there's something here.
There is something.
There's something here, but I don't see. Could be some slower move, like maybe something like queen e5 related. Oh, I think I found it. No? Queen e5 hit the rook. Wait, just a second. Maybe start with rook d8, king d8, queen e5, queen g5. That's not the mate. I thought I found the mate. I thought there's queen c7, but it's protected. Okay, super complex.
Very complex. Rook to a1 on the board and gives black the time to think. 16 minutes, in fact, more moves to make, 17 more moves to make. This is very sharp game. Arturs, I suggest to stay on one game and analyze that. Which game it would be?
Let's stay here. Since we are here, let's try to figure it out.
How black can...
So what is the human move? Bishop c6, I guess, yeah? I mean, queen h3 is something you don't want to walk past because if you can take the pawn, you should take the pawn, I guess. It also comes with mate threats.
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, bishop c6. Okay, what happens now? Do I give it a check on a8 or don't I give this check?
It's indeed a good question. Let's check it. Yeah, knight e6 first, or any move we have to check it.
I'm feeling somehow off today. I mean, there's definitely something, some sharp tactical ideas. Yeah, somehow I'm looking for very direct continuations like knight e5 or knight e4, and I want to make them work, but might not be the case. Of course, you could always just play knight g3, right? Knight g3, hit the queen, which probably is going to happen at some point. So, okay, maybe knight g3 immediately without this check so that I control the b1 square. How about knight g3 right now? Looks very human.
Yeah.
Also, the queen, if it leaves, I'm hitting the pawn on e6. Because these players, they're not cyborgs, they're human beings. And we looked at these crazy lines, for example, in Alakvardievas versus Krobenchikova. It's fun to analyze, and maybe somebody could write an entire book out of these analysis lines. But, I mean, ultimately you have to make a controlled continuation where you're not a passenger.
Right. So, what can we say about move? For instance,
Queen d5, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I like bishop c6 now, because knight g3 looks very
looks
human.
good.
So I think I want to play queen h3. I really want it. I mean, it's so tempting. And again, but I'm afraid of this check. I'm so afraid, and I start to see ghosts.
Arturs, I was thinking, how about bishop ca? No, it's possible.
What? Give up the piece?
The thing was like when you take king d7 and the checkmate is hanging and the rook is hanging.
Okay, this can be blundered, yeah? Oh, wait. Oh, no, what I'm doing. Okay, this is the third hour of the commentary.
I didn't get the
I
point
thought
of
I'm going to give you a check and take the queen.
Hop.
Okay, not like this. Okay.
But yeah, this cannot be right. Now knight g3 perhaps first, and
Or
then
knight
you
g5, knight
Yeah.
g5, and then take on c8. No,
Yeah.
it's wrong. All right, it's wrong. So, what did we agree? Probably a
Check.
check, probably bishop d8,
Yeah.
probably a check. Also, this check looks very tempting. Go figure. No, it doesn't look very human, to be honest. Does black go here?
But to me here, the move that I would make with white is
I mean, I would just cross the line right here. I don't calculate any further for black. It just looks very, very dangerous. What's the reward? I'm not even threatening the mate. Yeah, so I can't play queen g4. You play something like queen h4, and even if there's no direct follow-up.
no, there's queen h6 to guard f6 pawn, yeah?
Queen h6.
Yeah.
No, but what I'm saying is, what's
knight.
the reward? What's the reward for this line? Because I can always go back knight f3, and I'm
Knight
under-
d6, knight f5, you win the queen.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
No, it just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right. I don't think that she's going to go here. I don't care what engine says here. It just doesn't look very human. This queen h3, rook a8 check.
Black actually made the move. If we can zoom on the board, we can figure
Queen
it out.
f4, yeah?
Yeah, queen is on f4. Perhaps she just step out from knight d6 ideas.
She controls the d6 square as well.
Yeah.
That's her idea. It's a more controlled, again, continuation.
And after check on rook a1, maybe she plans to play king to f7, just a calm move like that.
Precisely. All right.
Yeah, it's not easy to play none of the sides. Because, okay, you have this extra pawn on the queen side, but they are not moving forward. Difficult to
Probably
figure it
engine is
out.
going to say it's about equal, you know? What? Okay, I take that back. White is winning.
Yeah, we maybe show why it's winning, because it's not so clear, yeah? and the move is b5.
Okay, b5 could be a very difficult move to make
Yeah.
because your pawns are hanging, and if you don't see a direct way how they're moving forward, you might actually lose them. Let's play something more human. So the human move could be...
I vote to see that. It's something very
Okay.
nice line.
Okay.
b5, so you can take this pawn and then knight because it's a check. So king f7, you're
Okay.
turning bishop e5. And now another crazy move is c6. You take it and rook to a7. Now, it's crazy move. Attacking the bishop. So let's say bishop moves away, bishop to b8, and now you play b6. And out of these moves, you created a pass pawn already on the 6th rank. And this is the reason why this position is winning here for white. It's impressive.
Okay,
It's impressive.
if you say so. I get the idea, although I do see from afar that this pawn is going nowhere because the queen on the 4 holds it, so I would have my doubts if I was playing
You are
this.
questioning now engine?
No, I'm not questioning engine. It's just if I would be looking at this from the white's perspective, you know, I'd be looking, yes, e6, b6, I get it totally. But I mean, I see the queen at 4 holds it, and if I miscalculate something, could be costly.
But on b5 is not only the move, yeah? There white can play more like human kind of moves. As
Yeah, I was
we
looking
call.
something more controlled, like, okay, maybe b4 is very direct.
Knight to d4 is another move.
Yeah, some knight b5, knight e6. That's what I was thinking, you know. Try to get to this d6 square.
And this is the move actually, you also stop bishop c6 happening.
Precisely, yeah. So this would be what I would be playing.
I will be playing b5 if I see that.
So, I mean, Engine says here, oh, sorry, what I'm doing. Engine says here white was winning all the time.
White was better off.
Well,
Yeah, not
yeah,
winning.
according to Engine, winning every single moment, so no danger. I mean, you try and estimate, okay, it's unclear. No, Kamadanov is winning, Stockfish says, relax. Everything is good. She might be going for her 6th victory in a row, and actually tomorrow already in the play in the top board. Let's select maybe yet another
Arturs,
game.
I suggest to wait for a bit because she's
Okay.
about to make the move, and let's see what is her choice. So queen is on f4, and this is the move. And let's see what she makes here. And once again, the most important is how the players are evaluating this position. They don't have access to engine, thanks God. They cannot see what's happening. And now next move can be decisive if she pushes b5 or she gives the check or maybe knight move. We're gonna see very soon.
She's reaching for the move.
Okay.
Double checking.
right.
The hand is raising. She sees something.
How many? 16 minutes here for the 17 more moves.
And yet there's no move.
Yeah.
All right.
No, she's
No,
not.
no, no. Okay, she's gonna think. Okay, well, she's thinking. No, let's select another game because this is, of course, super exciting, super fun. We have more games. Whoa! And we have a major result for you, dear viewers, to give an update because the open section under 18, Alexei Grebnev has won his game against Łukasz Augustin. Look at this. We left it maybe so that we are not spoiling you. We left it, where was this? He's unstoppable. I mean, look at this. We left it about here, where we're wondering if white's attack is perhaps a little bit slow, this rook e1 move, and queen e2 being quite uncertain, and he was already having some problems with the clock down on 24 minutes. This is the last moment where we left it, and the game continued with a very cool rook d8, knight f3, bishop c5, knight e5, draw. No, Grebnev says, no, I want the full point. Queen f3, bishop d4, c3, bishop e5, takes it, knight b7, another great defensive move, knight c5, knight e3, incoming. So here, Łukasz felt, I have no choice, I have to go all in. Knight h5, knight c5, bishop e3, knight e3, this was played, rook e2, and Grebnev calmly, simply defended the position. Not sure why the pawn on e5 was not taken. Here the pawn on a4 fell, the attack is not there.
Oh, nice.
Nice, look at this once again. rook d4, c3. Now it's pretty obvious there is no attack at the king side. White has nothing. The rook on e2 is under attack. And this was the final move.
Impressive play by black in this position. Also a very good study case how you can hold on the king side, not to fall for any traps, and also do your business on the queen side. Beautifully done by Alexei, and he is keeping his leader's position quite convincingly.
I mean, he has monstrous 6.5 points out of 7, and tomorrow most likely he plays white. And with white, he has been very confident, with superb preparation also here today. He calmly refuted white's inspired kingside attack and showed how it's done. Love this stuff.
Arturs, I suggest to go back to under 14 first boards, Sava and Palm. There was the quite shocking game with extra piece. It's out there. 5?
Yeah, I tried to find it.
5.
5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see how this game continues. This bishop was on h1 earlier, and now it's on f1, jumped on the other side.
I think that what is winning? That's what it looks like. What did we miss here? We last time left here. So rook h6 was played by Vetokhin, tried to defend the pawn on h7, hit the pawn on h2, h4, easy move, bishop d5, king f2, moving the king to the safety, bishop d2 develops a piece, rook a5 snatches a pawn, queen e4 offers a queen trade, and right now it is the Vietnamese player who is thinking, not sure what about, I mean, king f1 looks super obvious. Is he thinking, he's thinking about the intermezzo move 96. This is cute, I mean, I have to show this. Maybe include 96. Why? Because after rook c2, there's a mate on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it looks very clean. Instead, he decided not to do it. I'm not sure why. Looked very clean. Maybe he was afraid there might be some rook f8, king f1, e5 ideas. And now this rook at h6 joins the game. And that's why he just, okay, I mean, I looked at 96, it looks fine. Let me just play it the simple way, king f1. The big news here is that Vietnamese player Pham is defeating Sava Vetokhin, the top-seeded player. Could be a major result.
Here in this position, what makes it more difficult for black is that this rook on h6 is sort of stacked, and it's gonna take some time or even some resources of black to be sacrificed and to get this rook on the other side of the board. But in this type of positions with two pieces against rook, as Giri would say, they are two pieces against one. Of course, it's better. And also on the top of that, there is a pass pawn on the b file. Here, Sava will have very difficult time to hold it. And we have rook to c2 already blitzed out, attacking the pawn on b2. But Pham here plays just king to e2, doesn't care about the pawn on b2. He wants to centralize his king. There are rooks on the board, so it is very good strategy of him to not to lock the king on the first rank, but to activate first the king and then to play on. Wow, nicely done.
Absolutely. So this was absolutely a stunning game because it was Vetokhin who initiated these hostilities with the piece sacrifice, and he got a very promising position, but then at the critical moment it was difficult for him to navigate in these complexities. He made a mistake. He went after the rook and he was punished. And right now, why are we saying that this is a losing position for black? Because materially wise, everything seems to be more or less equal. Rook for two minor pieces. Well, two minor pieces are stronger than the rook. And also, white has the passed pawn. The rook at h6 for black is disconnected from the game. So in order to bring it back to life, I mean, you have to play something like e5, and it's going to cost you even more material. That's why this king e2, lovely choice by the Vietnamese player. He ignored the pawn on b2, Keti, as you said, centralizes the pieces. This is winning for white.
And Arturs, there's also funny looking lines as well. Let's say, just to make any random moves like rook to b2, king to d3, and let's say rook to b1, whatever random move. Here there is this move of f5 to hit the rook, and rook has one square to go, and there will be rook h5, And there can be some ideas connected by capturing the pawn on e6, or even to maybe some checks, knight g5. It can be knight d6. White is creating also the mating nets here on the other side of the
I could
board.
even find ideas how to checkmate the rook at h5.
Checkmate and g4 threat, yeah.
Yeah, looks very promising. So the only miracle here can save Sava. We are gonna see. Looks really good for white. Let's maybe look at.
I suggest to go to the girls under 18.
Okay.
Let's check out once again
That's
the
the game I
first
wanted
board.
to check. Yeah. Whoa. All right. We were here last time here after bishop c5. This is where we saw it. Takes, a5, knight e4, king e7, c4. Fantastic game so far, because the both players that demonstrated absolute high class, and I absolutely love this choice of Kremenchikova simplifying the position, where Alakhverdieva, once again, in case the viewers should miss this moment, this beautiful shot, knight e6, absolutely stunning, mind-boggling continuations, and Kremenchikova decided simplify matters, go for this position, which led to the final position here, and I think that there should be no question that black definitely has a compensation. The rook on g2 looks good. The pawn on h3 might be a weakness, although white is creating the pass pawn here. Now the question is, do you take on c3 en passant?
Yeah, that was what I wanted to suggest, Artur, to check it out. Let's say to take, because white has only one move to take it with the knight. If you take with the pawn, then a2 pawn is hanging. And after knight takes on c3, can black somehow find a way to activate the pieces? Maybe king e6, knight d4, or even to go rook to h2 or rook g3 to go after this pawn.
I agree. This is still quite unclear. And I would say 3-result game, because if white is able, for example, to win this pawn on a5, could be quite difficult though. Then white is doing really great, but somehow I think it's going to be easier to play this position with black, right? I mean, you play something like rook h2, collect the pawn on h3, and this pawn is going to roll forward really fast.
But now I'm seeing some sort of ghosts here, like knight d5, knight f4, to stop that happening and attacking the pawn also.
I could probably start with king e6.
King e6, yeah.
Stop your knight e5. You might continue with the same idea. Knight e2. Threatening knight f4. Of
Oh, I would
course.
take the pawn on e5 for sure here. King e5.
Yeah, probably. It could lead to some
King f4.
drawish line. Okay, I can take the pawn, maybe here, maybe eventually this is some quad draw. You know, engines always find these draws here. They love it. It's a habit.
So we can give the evaluation in the end that it slowed down a little bit, and still game is on, but I think there is a biggest chance here to make a draw in this position.
This is a true leader fight, absolutely. And I think we are blessed to be witnesses of this game. It just shows the high level of the girls under 18, very fighting chess, very modern chess, very human decisions.
Right.
So, still unclear.
Yeah, let's check now under 14 girls. It was very difficult decision for black, for Anna, to make Kirtadze Anastasia against Shochman Anna. And let's check it out.
So she did decide to sacrifice the pawn. Where was this? We left it about here. Yeah. And she did decide to play your rook b5 that you recommended. But instead of
rook b6. I was trying to trap the knight.
Okay.
She had better ideas, indeed.
Yeah, so going for activity, knight e3, rook f3, a5, rook b5, rook d1, e5, and the race is on. Who is going to be faster, white or black? Move 30, 9 minutes for Kitadze, 30 minutes for Shukman.
10 more moves, yeah, in this position. And as white is pushing the pawn, black is also pushing the pawn with the tempo now. Knight on d3 will hang. So not easy decision here to make with white. Should you give a check first and then push the pawn? Is there anything else here in this position to stop pawn going forward to e4? That's the task here Kirtadze has with 8 minutes on the clock.
Precisely.
Arturs, can we follow this line just to have a picture who is standing better? Rook to a7 check, king g7, and a6. A6, perhaps, yeah, A7.
But I have a feeling you'll be stuck there.
Where?
I mean, right here. No? I mean, you have no progress, your rook is stuck. I also will run forward.
I have a plan.
I'm sure you do. You always have a plan.
Some weird ones.
Oh, wait, knight c5.
Yes.
Knight c5. You can't take with c5, this pawn promotes.
Actually, my plan was like after e3, b4, rook a3, king b2 to trap your rook, but I hold for a moment.
Yeah, but there might be something better. You know, I had this idea. Maybe the entire point of this defense, where was this? Knight e3 here, a5 here, that you want to position the rook behind it. So this is why we start with c4. So that you can't position the rook behind the pawn. And if you play rook b3, I really want to calculate some forcing lines with a6.
Why not knight c5?
Oh, yeah, just take the pawn. I mean, I was thinking I could even give up this knight. Like, I mean, maybe I don't have to. Yeah, I'll just show the point. A6, rook d3, check, here, and a7. That was my point. And now this threat, rook g8 check, promote, is unstoppable. So,
Yeah.
might be, of course, black accepts the...
No, it's not much here. I don't believe.
Sure, to be honest. Takes, it's still quite something. Should be not enough, but... could be a lot of work yet.
So, seems like white's pawn is faster to be promoted, and black has here serious threats, such as c4, such as a6. You choose. There's many moves, and Anastasia made a move. And what is that?
I think she did play c4.
C4 is on the board.
C4, rook b8.
And?
Now it feels that white is winning here. I mean, if this pawn on c5 falls, there's an armada of the pawns. Wait, but this is not the position, is it? Because I think I saw the pawn on e5. I'm looking at the wrong position.
Yeah, pawn is on e5, the last...
Where was this? Kind of lost it.
Move 30 maybe there? Move 30?
Yeah?
Down? No, down. Yeah, here, and now c4?
Now c4.
Yeah.
c4, rook b8. Okay.
That's the position.
Yeah, and I think something like knight x on c5 makes a lot of sense here. I mean, wow, those pawns start rolling forward. Maybe rook f4.
b3?
b3, cool defense. And I think...
She didn't take the pawn, actually.
No.
She pushed a6.
Also makes sense, threatening rook b7, a7.
And if you push e4, then knight c5.
Wow, this is really strong by the Georgian player. I mean, this a pawn could be unstoppable, and Shugman's body language says it all. She doesn't like it because how do you defend this monster?
Arturs, if you play a4 here, can white play bishop rook to b7? And if rook a8, then a7.
Yeah, precisely. There's always, of course, knight c5. No,
Yeah.
it just wins. It just wins for white. So this is a fight between two leaders, 5.5 points for both Kirtaze and Anna Shukman. The first-seeded player Shukman versus the 12th-seeded player Kirtaze, who brought down yesterday the second-seeded player. No, wait, that was the other age group. Or was it this group?
That was under girls. Yeah, I think it was third-seeded player.
Maybe third-seeded player.
A third-seeded player, because second-seeded player has missed first round, and we just saw her at the leaders board. Kirtaze left the board right away. Let her opponent.
Yesterday. Not yesterday, but the day before. She defeated second-seeded Nurgalieva. Yeah, that's why it was a bit confusing. All right. Let's continue to observe this game. We might see a decisive result here. We don't have yet the clock situation. It's a bit lagging behind.
What's the time? Maybe we can zoom a little bit.
Maybe after h6. There you go. 12 minutes for Shukman. the time trouble in all age groups is approaching because Kitadze has 6 minutes, Shukman has 12 minutes. And we'll see what's going to happen.
Yep, very tense position. I think on most all of the boards, and Arturs, the other board here, they are blitzing out the most. Let's take a look how Afruza continued her game. Oh, we have some checks already on the board.
96. We saw something else. You were where we left it. I think after this Queen f4, there was no b5. She gave a check instead. She played knight e2 with the idea to put the knight on c4. Very human. I like it. Queen h6, king h2, f5, knight e6.
And that's the position.
But what happens now if I take it? I guess you have to take it. Give you a check. I guess you have to give you a check because if this knight lands on e5, it's over for black.
Yeah, g3.
Must be a forced sequence. Takes and queen h5. This must be the key idea. Seems to be winning for white because king f6, I don't believe you can escape here with such a weak king.
Yeah. Queen check?
Queen check or even knight f3. I'm not sure what's better. Even knight c4. It already looks as a forcing win somewhere. Queen check maybe. I just didn't calculate very quickly what happens after rook g6.
Yeah. There's also, instead of queen h5, there's also knight c4 move with controlling e5 square now. And you have to make very, very strong move with black not to lose some material. And then with queen h5, I think there will be some checkmate.
Yeah, these threats seem too much, and despite the fact it's material equality on the board, white is dominating the position here, so perhaps also the reason why Oksana doesn't want to go there. But does she have any choice? I don't think so.
What happens after king f6?
Well, that's a good question. Maybe it's the best chance, you know, try to complicate, because eventually if you are lost, I mean, you have to try to do something, and it already feels that, yeah, she might be losing here. Try to complicate the game. I think the same knight c4 works just fine with some queen e5 checks.
Yeah. And we have the move on the board.
She did take on d6, not king f6, clearly. Queen f6. Queen f4, my apologies. g3 here. I think we are going to see this sequence, knight c4. Let's perhaps go full screen and see this position to be played out. I think after queen d6 also, Kamdanova is going to play knight c4.
Yes, and Artur, what is the time in this game? What's the time situation? I think they are down to 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I think this game won't be decided in the time scramble.
Before.
Yeah, before. It feels this game will finish before. Give it something like 4 or 5 moves. It feels like it's not going to call together. So Goryachkina played a really interesting dynamic game, and we have to give her a lot of credit because you can see it's not only Alexandra Goryachkina, the older sister, who plays well. It's also the younger sister playing some fantastic, exciting chess, but Hamdanova simply, at the moment, proves to be the stronger player.
Arturs, earlier you mentioned that you can remember this name, Afruza, from somewhere, from Women's Speed Chess Championship, and later on we made the research and we found her actually in that tournament. And if we can give more information about her, she's just a young player. We don't know much about her. How far she went to the Speed Chess Championship?
You're talking about the qualifiers.
Yes, qualifiers.
So we're doing the commentary together.
Yeah.
I think she got eliminated in the first round, as far as I remember.
But she qualified to top 8.
Yeah, top 8.
Yeah,
yeah,
so that also shows how strong she is in Speed Chess Championship and the speed time control.
I think she got eliminated fairly quick because there was this winner's bracket or the upper bracket, and then there's the loser's bracket or the lower bracket. In the first day, there was a Swiss event, 14 rounds, blitz, 3 plus whatever time control was, 3 plus 1. I really don't remember. And 8 players qualified. So we're talking about chess.com's the Speeches Championship, which is one of the major events for women players online. And Hamdanova was one of the players who qualified for the playoffs to make it to the main event, but she got eliminated because the competition there was very, very fierce.
But at this age, she's not even 14 to qualify to the knockouts to Women's Speeches Championship. That also shows how strong she is and how fast she is playing important moves in the blitz. Knight to c4 has been played. The queen is under attack. 3 minutes here for Oksana Garechkina to make her decision. Very difficult position. Queen h5 comes. Knight e5 comes with a check. All the threats are on the board. Not easy choice here for black indeed. Queen is hanging on the other side, on the other hand, and she's about to make the move, but there is not very clear move here for her.
Right. I think every move loses. And in a time scramble, it doesn't help really. So Oksana plays queen d4. I like it. It's a good centralizing move. Now I think something like knight e5 check makes perfect sense. Somehow, yeah, I want to use these ideas. Queen h5, knight e5 check, and it is Hamdanova who has to now calculate. Maybe there's also moves like rook d8 you want to see if that works with
I
some
like that.
knight e5, but again, it's very concrete. You have to see what's happening after king e7.
She goes what?
No,
Not
nothing.
yet.
She's
Okay.
thinking.
Yeah. I like 95, I think, the most out of all these possibilities to centralize the position.
Let's go back to the Kurtaz's game.
Yeah,
maybe?
we can switch
Yeah.
this to at this point.
And here the players are also approaching the time scramble, while Kurtaz apparently has a technically winning position against Anna Shukman. A major fight on the top board. 2 leaders are playing against each other. Both of them have 5.5 points out of 6. And here the FIDE representative is trying to change the course of the game with e4.
Rook b7 is one move white can play, and white can actually just not give up this knight and play knight to c5. It is really like choices of the white. Knight c5 has been played, and Kurtadze left the board right away. She must be very nervous. Every move she makes, then she leaves the board.
Yeah,
Some of the players cannot.
She must know. She must
sit
know.
down.
She's definitely winning. Yeah, with so far advanced pawns. And yeah, and Shukman's body language also spells that she knows she is defeated. But the question is, what's the trickiest way to show some sort of a fight? I'm not sure there is even something.
Black's pieces are so disconnected. Knight out there, rooks are not connected. And this threat of e3, e2 is itself very slow.
Yeah, it's not really going anywhere because you know the major difference, dear viewers, is that the white king is very close to this pawn. And you can't say the same for the black king. And also having the extra pawn, 3 connected pass pawns on the queen side doesn't really hurt white's chances. So we are seeing here major result.
Yeah, Pam has already converted his game against Sava, so he takes the leader's position.
Big result.
Arturs, I suggest to go 16 open. We have not checked that. Maybe we have some updates open.
Yeah, let's use this opportunity. You're right. Let's go to the top board, open 16, where we have Jakub Seban playing against Jan Klimkovsky.
Too many pawns are gone from the
Wait,
king side.
wait, where's his piece? No, wait, pieces are there, but what is this?
The pawns are gone.
The pawns are gone. What did we miss here? We missed some fireworks. So
5?
Klimkovsky decided to go all in.
Wow.
G5, bishop e5. Oh, I get it. He wanted to play rook f2 and queen h2 mate threats.
Wow.
Bishop f4 calmly responded by Jakub. Now he realized it's going nowhere because his own king is also exposed. I mean, I'm seeing all kinds of diagonal checks if you ever take on f4. He had to, acknowledge, okay, it is not working Rook e4, knight e5, and
Oh my gosh, too many captures here. Wow.
no, it's very. I think what happened here is that Klimkovsky got slightly too ambitious, and Seaman is what we say wrapping up. That's what it feels like, right? So once again, this critical moment, right here.
I think g5 was too ambitious.
It's too much. Yeah, it's a bit too much, but I totally get it. I mean, he felt he can win this game. But maybe already his position was pretty difficult because, I mean, how do you play here? White is very active in the center. Black's attack is stuck, but there was no need to do this. I think even something like knight x on e3 and just play that position. Okay, you were worse, but you can play it. And white is dominating the board. But g5 was a drastic measure which apparently did not work. And he continued in the same fashion. Knight e5, look at this idea. Knight f3 check, queen h2. Try to perhaps use the opponent's
in
low
Georgian,
time.
we say when you say hop, you have to jump after that saying. So that's exactly what Black did. First played g5 and then he went all in. But how bad is this position? He has a pin with this bishop on c5.
So king h1, I guess. You just go away. And you want to take on g4. Looks very human. And if you ever take on e3 and you want to somehow use the pin, the unfortunate problem is your king's safety.
Yeah.
So king h1 is very human, and I think that Jakob is reaching for the move.
King goes on the side.
And it's on the board. And just winning for white. I see nothing here, so I think we are seeing here Klimkovsky, the sole leader, who has been having a fantastic run so far, 6 out of 6. He is losing, and not only losing a very important game as the leader, because if Seaman wins this, he's going to become the new leader, but he's losing to his friend because they're good friends. They decide to fight it out, but somebody had to win this.
Somebody had to win, indeed. Let's maybe take a look at other position if we have any more interesting situations.
Maybe the second board, the open 16 section, where Costa from Germany is facing Anand, not Vichy, but Batsuk Anand from Mongolia. All right.
It's more even position than the others. Still, the pawn on e6 is a weakness. White has slightly more active pieces, but there are some weaknesses on the light squares on the king side. So
I think that black is taking over the game here.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it feels like, because we looked at this position earlier and I had a very nice feeling that white has this pressure. But now I'm looking at this, I see a lot of weaknesses. I see some problems with the king's safety. The black king on a7 is feeling pretty safe. And white is also, trying to hold his weakness on a5. That's why the rook on a1 is positioned so passively. You can't play b4, the knight on c3 is ganging. But probably, again, it's a 3-result game. Super exciting. Could have major implications on the overall rankings, because Costa right now has 5.5 points out of 6, while Batsuk has 5.
Yeah, and white captured the pawn on g7. That's extra pawn, but it gives black extra target on g3. Knight comes on f5, and rook on g8 also targets. 4 more moves to be made here until daytime pressure, and then players will have extra 30 minutes. More moves has been played.
But this is a very brave move. I mean, take the pawn on g7 and allow your opponent to start a kingside attack in a time scramble. It means that Costa wants to risk. Otherwise, maybe he realizes, if I don't take my chances right here, later I might not have them. So it's a fight for the leadership of the tournament, because I think they are also following what's happening on the top board. It's also something that everybody follows. I mean, not only you're focusing on your game, you are having the peak how your competitors, direct competitors, are doing, and then you see the leaders going down. So it also gives you extra confidence. Okay, this is my chance, right? I mean, I have to strike right now because, I mean, if I don't win this here with white, then I'm playing next game with black against somebody really strong. So best risk it now. No, even if I lose, then I'm getting black against somebody maybe lower rated. I get my chances. So have to try.
You have to try indeed, and wow, we are actually reaching the time scramble in all the games. Some of the players even have not so good position. Maybe the time increment will be even more crucial for them, and for them it's better to have less time on the clock. Arturs, I suggest to go to the girls under 18 if we have any update in that end game.
Let's do that. By the way, we have some results. Chikiao Wang has defeated Alua Normanova. Remember this endgame where she had an extra pawn. So the top seeded player goes down against the leader of the girls under 16 category. And it means that Chikiao increases her lead once again. Whoa, what is this? So here, black has very far advanced pawn on a3. White has an extra pawn, but does it matter? I think that white needs to limit this pawn pronto on a3. Otherwise, black might be winning this.
Yeah, I think rook to e4 has been played here by white, hitting the knight on d4.
I'm not sure I like this. Can we take the pawn on h3, take on c3, give us a pass pawn? I think Hrebenchikova is taking over this game.
If she wants to play for a win, maybe knight c6 is even better. So you keep the h3 pawn, knights alive, and now h3 and a5 both are hanging. And there's knight b4 ideas too if you leave the rook from 4th rank.
Rook e4.
Many chances here for white, and 5 more moves, Artur, to make.
But that c6 enables rook h4. I'm not sure I want that. I mean, yeah, first I guess Hrebenchikova needs to understand, Keti, what does she want? Does she want to move the h pawn forward or the a pawn forward? And just as we saw it,
pawn,
she takes the h pawn.
She takes h pawn. So what happens after rook d4, rook c3?
Rook
Another 2 pawns are also hanging. So
Hrebenchikova is taking over the game right here, and Alakverdieva played this fantastic, complicated game right after the opening, but it was the cold-blooded calculation of the Ukrainian player, who seemingly is looking already better in this endgame, because look at her pieces. The king on e6, the rook on h3, she has a pass pawn on h5. The white king is on d1, not doing much, and also the black pawn on a3 is saying something on this matter.
I'm here too.
I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, white to move here. Knight on c3 is under attack. Knight on d4 is also under attack. Tough position.
I want to use also the opportunity. I know there's a lot of action happening at the same time, and I guess we are going to have to simply stick to one, but I want to check one more game. The second board of the girls under 16 category. We haven't seen it for a while, which is Alexandra Shvedova playing against Michelle Trans. Okay, how do you get this position? White has pawns on c6 and d6, dream position, but black is creating major threats at the king side. And 3 minutes each.
3 minutes each, 3 more moves to make until the increment of time. And turned out that white was very successful with this pawn push on the queen side. And if there's no checkmate on the board for white's king, then black will have very difficult times to stop these 2 connected pass pawns, which are already on the 6th rank. Rook to a4.
Wow.
Right. Hitting the queen.
Oh, this game is wild.
All right, I understand. After queen goes somewhere, queen e2, queen g2 is a target. So what we have, queen goes...
Queen e5 is on the board. And now black has to show what she has. Because if she doesn't show anything in the next couple of moves, and white's king is going to survive, then these pawns will decide the fate of the game. They're here to promote. So Trans is under serious pressure. She has to prove right now what she has here. She can't take on g3. Rook on f8 is hanging with a check. Very unfortunate. I don't see anything, to be honest.
I don't see either. Like rook f5, but there is a check.
Rook f5. Maybe that's what you have to do. So the situation is boiling up here, also on the second board, and we have so many dramatic moments all over all age categories. I mean, which game do you want to follow?
Let's
until
stay
then?
here.
This one, yeah?
Yeah,
All
they
right,
have
let's
the most
follow.
pieces on the board.
I mean, there's also some leader fights. The game where Kirtaza is playing against Shukman, but I'm pretty sure that Kirtaza is going to win her game. Hamdanova against Goryachkina, girls under 14, where Hamdanova has the winning position, I think. Then we have Alekverdieva in girls under 18 versus Kremenchikova, where Kremenchikova is taking over the game with the black color after surviving a scary attack. Then we have the open 16 section, where Jakub Seman is winning against the current leader, Jan Klimkovsky. The second board, open 16, Leonardo Costa versus Batu Hanan is also as crazy as this game. I have a hard time to choose.
There was just a queen move back on c8 and the queen dropped on the board, Arturs. This is also shows how tense the players are. Queen to c8 makes a lot of sense. The pawn on c6 is under attack. If you push this pawn forward, there might be something on the light squares.
Watch out for c7, queen b7 check ideas here. So maybe we best now go full screen and follow it. As the action unfolds, this is move 38, and the players need to make 2 more moves to reach the next time control. So you can see this is their situation on the clock. Black has, I'm not having
2 minutes and 2
2 minutes,
seconds.
and white has something.
1 minute and 40 seconds. Check on the board. This wins some time. King has to go on g8. There's not much that black can do with that. I'm surprised she did not blitz it out, but we have rook to king to g8 move. And now maybe queen to f3 was here white's idea to keep the pawn alive on c6. And also, Arturs, if you take the pawn on g3, I will trade the rooks off the board, and any trade here is in favor for white.
So it's safe to assume that Alexandra Shvedova has made a second time control, and she should be winning this, yes? So whatever chances Michelle Trans had from Germany, I think they're most likely gone. And I think right now she also knows there's no attack. The pawns on c6 and d6 remain very strong. There, the time control has been reached. Let's maybe jump to the game of open 16, the second board, Leonardo Costa against Anand Batsuk. That was the crazy position where we have move 39.
Last move to make, Arturs, and it is knight to c5. White leaves the rook on g2 under attack. That is a tough decision that white made.
Yeah, but oh wait, there's so many things to calculate. It also comes with some threats, Keti. I mean, knight e6 hits the rook on g7 and queen on d8. Very big moment here. So 3 minutes for Batu Hanan, the Mongolian player. I mean, what do you do here?
Yeah, he has actually quite comfortable 3 minutes on the clock to figure it out what to play, maybe to guard on e6 or to capture the rook on g2. He is going and taking on g2. His hand is on bishop.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to calculate. Knight takes on e6. This is the ill-fated 40th move. Okay.
Bishop takes.
Takes on g2, and there you go. A very fortunate moment for the German player to get the extra 30 minutes on the clock so that he doesn't have to figure out either to take on g2 or knight e6. So you could see Klimkovsky had his look on the second board. He's trying to evaluate what's happening there because his own position, unfortunately, doesn't really spell any optimism, because if you go to his position right now, this is the current position you're seeing there. His friend Jakub Seman, his also biggest rival in this tournament, is winning.
2 extra pawn in this position, but somehow the fact that black has survived here with the queens on the board and this much weaknesses, maybe he can still try for some kind of tricks.
Well, no, I don't think so.
Well, it is clearly winning, but maybe is the word I used. So it is for sure very difficult for black to admit that something was wrong, and it's even harder now with so much time on the clock. It gives more benefit for white indeed to improve the position.
So which game yet to follow? The second time control seems to have been reached in all of the games.
Ooh, this is interesting.
This is Ilan Party's game, open section under 18 versus Aldiyar Ansat.
Wow, this is very interesting. How we got in here, actually?
Both players have 5 points, so whoever wins most likely faces tomorrow.
Artur, can we check what was the game? Like, can't recall this position.
Because we left it like a long time ago.
Yeah.
There is so much action. Wait, how did White misplay this?
Okay, this is the game. Yeah, we said that. What we said, I don't even remember that. So this was the end game.
How did he manage to misplay this? Because he had the better position here.
Let's see.
He took the pawn. You know, this resembles the very famous game Robert James Fischer, game 1 against Boris Spassky. Bishop takes on h7, g6.
Oh, and this bishop was lost?
Not quite, apparently. I imagine it was a time scramble. What? I mean, White is up a pawn. How did they get to an endgame down a pawn? So must have been a time scramble. You're seeing it. Yeah, it's official. Ansat was down on the increment. King g5, f4. King f4, h6, and he thought he's winning. He's pushing forward the h pawn. Black played e5. That's the move. Maybe he missed from afar, hitting the rook on g8.
h7? Maybe rook h7 is the move he missed.
No, I think we are just very bad by calculating. I think maybe just me. I just missed that. What gets an extra piece?
You didn't see it?
No, I thought. Okay, I thought that Black is up a pawn here. It just didn't register. This bishop g8 is the next
you need
piece.
a break in the coffee.
I know. We are going to go into a break.
But what we stand here in this position, can Black somehow find a way to eliminate the g pawn off the board?
King f3, f4, f3, something like this.
e4, yeah.
So let's try it. Here.
Bishop d5.
Don't you want to attack it?
Yeah, okay, bishop e6.
Here?
And bishop d5.
Should be winning.
And he's so relaxed, look at him.
If you want to see a relaxed person, look at Ilan Party right now. This.
But Arturs, what about?
If that's Ilan Party even.
It is, yeah. What about King e3 instead? What this gives Black?
King e3.
Yes. So the key thing is that you guard e4 square.
I should be winning somehow. Wait, although f4, e4, f3.
Yeah. And then at some point King f4.
Okay, fine. Let's go here.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
Here. Whatever, making some Tsatsalashvili move.
f3.
f3.
g3.
g3. f2. Probably.
King g2.
King g2. Could be actually a draw.
Oh, wow.
There are chances.
And Arturs, what about g4 in that position?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, g4, I have a feeling this could be some Tsatsalashvili position. I mean, not Tsatsalashvili, but you have no progress. Wait, maybe you do. No, I don't think you can make any progress here.
Let's say bishop passed. Bishop pass.
Bishop where?
Pass. Yeah.
I do the same. I just make no progress. I don't think you can walk around. It's just too far.
Yeah.
Or walk around here too far, leaving one of those passed pawns unattended.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this is probably a draw. Now, the question is, can White win this? Maybe not. King e3, by the way, is on the board. It has been chosen by the Indian player.
Very interesting endgame.
Indeed. Beautiful.
You know, I think this move, bishop to h7, rook to h7, was missed in the time scramble. And that's very likely that most of players would miss the one. Because f4, he saw this sequence to push the pawn forward. So he invited king f4, then h6, and after e5, h7 was something that we can stop here calculating because it's winning move, right? But you might miss here, rook to h7. And that's quite unfortunate because white can still hold on here and play rook to f8 to hit the pawn on f5 and then to push h7. And this was move 37.
Yeah, maybe. But then again, after rook f8, you have to calculate all kinds of checks. Yeah, check here, rook a2, etc. You have no time to figure out the details. Rook f5, king g4, check, the discovered check. You start to see ghosts, you're nervous. So the time scramble. So he played a safe move, hoping it's going to be enough. And now that we shuffled a couple of pieces, we see it's not enough. So could have been a draw anyway.
Yeah. All right. I think we have reached the 40 moves in every games. And now we're going to take the break as players have some time to relax a little bit as they don't have seconds on the clock. So we're going to take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. Coming back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, seventh round has been finished for the girls under 14 first board, and we have a special guest here in the studio, Anastasia Kirtaze, who won her game on the first board. Anastasia, congratulations and thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you for inviting.
So, Anastasia, please tell us, have you expected dragon variation from your opponent?
No. She does not play this variant, so it was very hard for me when she played this variant. I was shocked. Why she played this?
I saw you yesterday. You were in the hotel lobby preparing for your today's game, and perhaps you were preparing something else, not this line. Okay, okay. Let's go forward and pull up the chessboard on the screen so we can talk about the game. Let's not dive too much into the variation itself. If you can show us the key points here in this game. How did you felt in the end game? For instance, at this point, have you thought that you were better?
I don't think so. It was very hard when you think you have better position because she is a really good chess player. So I was like, I don't know if I had good positions. It's like not very good, but just good. In this position, I was thinking I did not have good positions, but it was hard it was hard positions.
And at this point, when you captured the pawn on h7, do you think that that gave you some advantage here already?
When I played this move, I was thinking if I take pawn, I had good positions because I can make queen. Yeah. So when she played this move, I was shocked. If I can make pawn at queen, also she can.
E-pawn, yeah.
Yeah, I think this move is not good, and I make pawn a4, and this time I was thinking I had won positions. And I can win this game, so it's my. I think it's my good move, very good move. Yeah. So
attacking the rook, and you're the first who pushes the pawn forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
In this position, I was thinking she will play rook b8, and I also thinking if she make rook d6, it will be better for me. Yeah.
In here.
Yeah.
And after rook b8, what was your plan here?
Same plan which I played, a6, not now because rook can kill my knight. So I will kill pawn, knight c5, yeah.
Okay, I can take this pawn, and you have way many pieces extra. But in the game, your opponent played after a5, rook to b5, and then we saw this c4 that you played. At this point, have you already thought that you are like winning after this one?
Not really, because pawn, my pawn is better, but if I make mistake, I lost. So I was thinking. Yeah. And it was my plan when she played rook b8. My plan was correctly for win.
b7.
Yeah.
Knight c5. Knight e6. Oh, that's a beautiful one.
In this position, I was thinking not rook e1. I was thinking knight a8. But I think rook e1 is better because if I killed this, maybe she played this, and also this is winning position, yeah. But I played
Ooh. Nice.
Now
you know you're winning.
yeah. And this position is winning, yeah.
Wow.
And yeah.
Well, that's very nicely played by you, Anastasia. Can you please tell us how have you spent day off yesterday? What was your how your day looks like?
Every day in this tournament is same for me. Prepare.
Yes.
Every minute, every second, prepare. So it's my day.
So you don't have much of the time to go out, maybe on the seaside?
I like to go out, but here is cold weather, so I don't want to.
I understand. And also your opponents today and yesterday, they were rating favorites, very strong, but you managed to win against them. How do you feel right now after winning? More confident?
Maybe. I am happy, but I want one tournament, not only this game. So It's good I won, but I won for win also.
Yeah, you need the other for win to finalize this game. Thank you so much, Anastasia, for coming here and sharing your thoughts after the game. I wish that you win all the 4 games and you come once again in the studio. This has been Anastasia Kirtadze, the favorite, the leader in the girls under 14 section. You guys, we are going to take a short break and we'll be back soon. Coming back from the short break, we have some of the results already, and some of them are quite shocking. In fact, we are going to bring it right now on the screen. Artur, what happened and what is this category?
Yeah, I mean, Keti, this was one of the most interesting games in the open category under 14 between 2 players, Christian Giancarlo Arca playing against Pavel Sowinski. Second board, essentially very, very big game. You remember this very sharp Benoni game where black sacrificed a piece on e4. We didn't really see much of the middle game because there was so much action happening at the same time. However, look at this. This was the position in the time scramble for black, because white had no time scramble whatsoever. So white has a queen for rook and bishop and a pawn. So black is trying to survive. And what happened next? So here, black played rook b5, which seemingly threatens nothing. White played rook e7, hitting the bishop. And now h6, with just a couple of seconds on the clock, was played by black. And white having 90 minutes on the clock for the 40th move. So unfortunate that he did not find the next move, what exactly black is threatening. So he took the bishop on d7, clearly anticipating that after g5, you take on g5 and then escape with the king at h5. Maybe he felt this is a blunder. And dear viewers, if you are tactically sharp, I'm sure you're gonna see the winning idea here. This is why we solve the puzzles.
Wow, beautiful. And there was the whole sequence here to play h6 rook to 5th rank, that black's only idea is to drop this king on h4, and white felt for it.
Yeah, this is quite unbelievable because, you know, yeah, I can only write it down to some nervousness, stress, tiredness, etc. Because essentially if your opponent gives away a piece just like that, in a time scramble, you assume that there's something definitely that the opponent has planned. This was a trick, and white fell for it.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate indeed. For on the one of the top boards of under 14, and now we have black actually one of the leaders, and nicely done. I'm sure this will be one of the best games that he can always show to everyone how he managed to checkmate white's king. And the game, the key game under 16 has been ended. Let's check out the final end. Two players from Poland, they faced each other in the 7th round, and if we can see the final end, this has been the final end, Arturs. And we do have a guest in the studio. The winner of this match, Jakub Szyman, is now with us, and he will give us more details.
See you in a moment.
coming back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, we have round 7 in progress, and in the studio we have the winner of under 16 first board, Jakub Simon. Thank you so much for coming here.
Hello everyone, and thank you for the invitation.
Before we dive into the variations, we are all wondering how difficult it is to play against your friend in very important rounds.
Yeah, it's very unpleasant to play against such a friend because we spend a lot time with together, and we almost we know almost everything about each other. So
yeah,
it's very unpleasant, and it was hard to prepare.
Right.
But we had to do it, before the tournament. I think we both expected that someday we're gonna play against each other. So yeah.
All right. If we can talk a little bit about the position, have you expected this opening choice of your opponent?
I prepared, everything about after e4. But it's funny story because I kind of I expected this line, but when I decided before the game, I decided to take a short nap.
Yeah.
And after I wake up, I forgot to check this variation.
Oh no.
So I only I take a look. I don't know, about 1 minute only. About so
no.
It was hard because in the game I saw that Jan is well prepared, so it was very uncomfortable to play against this French. But yeah, and I don't know if I played well.
Let's see actually on the board all the moves starting from the beginning. And you were blitzing out all these moves rather fast, both of you at the beginning.
Yeah. I don't know, 1 minute I checked this variation, so definitely not enough.
Right.
For such a player like Jan. Yeah, a5, it's a move, a4. And I saw this variation, and I saw that engine recommend this knight g5 and this line which was on the board, and after take, before I didn't know what to do now. So there I started to thinking, and then I think that g3 is only move, and after queen h3, bishop c4, king h8, queen e2, it was good because I was thinking like about in this position. I don't know 30 minutes, so it's very, very long, and I wasn't sure what to play, but I think it's good because the problem in that position is that black wants to play knight g4 and knight ce5, and I didn't saw the line where I can stop this, and I think it's only move to play queen e2 and f4.
Yeah.
It's very ugly because it opens my queen, my king, sorry. But in other hand, this knight on is c6, can't go to e5, and if it isn't made then these pieces can be misplaced in future. So maybe it wasn't so bad, but it looks very ugly.
Yeah, this very position has been already played before, and this is exactly how they played. But here we had deviation on the board. Rook to ac8 has not been played. Rook to d8 has been played in that game. What this rook to c8 stands for? What's the idea of black there?
Yeah, I think that idea is that after because I calculated this here bishop f6 or bishop d8 to play bishop b6. And after bishop f6, bishop b2, I don't know, takes, queen b2, rook c8. Oh, sorry. I think, sorry.
round 7.
Round
You have to
seven. Oh.
we have to scroll down.
I don't know. Maybe there.
Yeah.
No. Oh, sorry.
It's
I
okay.
don't know.
It's
I
okay.
don't know
I'll
how
try
to
to
do it.
fix it. I'll try to fix it. Maybe okay. We don't see that.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Maybe broadcast. Around.
Let's try this.
Okay, but it's
Not here.
around 7. Yeah, it's no, it's around maybe
Do you
there
see
is
round 7?
yeah
Okay, yeah.
around
Oh.
7
Okay.
and
Tricky.
third game.
Do you see it, yeah?
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine. We were on move rook to c8.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe from here we can go by mice.
Yeah, we stop after and bishop f6 and after bishop b2 takes I don't know, rook d8 or c8, rook e1, and yeah, I think that these pieces are a little bit misplaced here
stuck.
because it's nothing and I have e line. This bishop is active, so yeah, I think it's maybe slightly better for me, but it's hard to evaluate.
Right.
And after bishop d8, I have bishop e3. I think only move, and it could be similar to the game. And I think that the idea of this rook c8 is that after bishop b2, then bishop d8 is stronger because I don't have this bishop e3 move, and bishop b6 is unstoppable now. So and this king can be weak. And also after f4 bishop f6 bishop b2 bishop d8. I wanted to play king h1 or rook f1 maybe. I think it doesn't matter. Bishop b6, king h1. And my idea is to play rook e4 and bishop b6, or to play simply to push f5 f6. And I don't know. I like my position, so I expected these two moves, but I didn't see this rook to c8. I think it's clever move. And bishop b3. I think it's also logical to to bring this bishop to the game. Wait a sec. Yeah, bishop f6, rook d1, and I think that I have a slight advantage. I am slightly better here, but it's also not so clear. I don't know exactly where Jan made a mistake. It's a weird position. And
what about this g5 move?
No, I was surprised. When I saw this move, I bring off my glasses because I didn't believe and it was strange for me. And I think it's already losing because of this mistakes simply because I calculated this move rook f6 and bishop c1 to then take and play bishop b2, but I didn't like that after rook to f6 takes and then bishop c1, no, queen b2, sorry. I wasn't sure about this position, takes and queen h5, and the idea is to play knight c e5, and I didn't see the line where I'm winning, so that's why I didn't play this. And after bishop c1, wait, I calculated, I think takes bishop f4, something like this. I don't remember, but after I don't know 10 minutes, I asked myself what is after this move, and I didn't see the line, so I played very quickly after I saw it. Bishop e5. maybe bishop g7 was the better, chance to.
Was here this idea of rook f2 to cut the second rank after bishop e5?
After the idea is to rook f2. I think is a threat. And yeah, bishop f4. Maybe Janek was was expecting takes, because I'm huge fan to exchange sacrifice. So yeah, maybe that's what.
There was sort of trap, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's also good, but I didn't want to give him any chance. So I played this bishop f4, which is, I think, the clearest one. Maybe that was better a little bit, because after bishop e5, bishop f4, he played bishop g7, so he's a tempo up. But after bishop g7, I wanted to play bishop f4. So yeah, and after something like knight b4 to
attack this.
To attack this bishop on c4, because there is mate. Yeah, I wanted to play rook e4 and then bishop e6 is an idea, and this knight is pin. So yeah, bishop e5, bishop f4, bishop g7, rook e4, yeah.
Yeah, with bishop e6 ideas.
Bishop e6 is a threat. Knight e5, rook takes. Yeah, it's.
Now you gave the exchange, yeah.
Yeah, but it's rook c4 is the only move, and the rook e8. So yeah, it isn't the exchange sacrifice. Rook c8 takes, and yeah, it's a technically winning position. And maybe I forgot about this bishop f8. So maybe it was better to play knight b7, knight d6, or knight c6 even. Knight d6, c6 even, to stop this bishop f8. But it's also winning, of course. King h1. Yeah. Queen f5. Yeah, Janek wanted to play queen e6. But yeah, then bishop d4 and queen is hanging. Yeah. So queen f5. Yeah. Bishop f4. Yeah, and then it's two pawns up. So I think it's quite.
Go into the end game
without
risk.
Yeah, it's very, very exhausting game. And I'm very happy that I managed it to win.
Yeah, it was nicely done by you indeed. And the other game on the second board is still progress. Can we just take a look? If you had any chance to glance over the other board, or you were to focus on yours?
Yeah, I think it's very unclear. I think, but I prefer white here, because these 3 pawns are going to the queen, and and this bishop is attacking these pawns, and it's hiding this king, so it's very important piece, and I think that white is going to win, but it's not so easy.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, if white here converts this advantage, then you two will have the most points here in this competition, 6.5. If the game ends in a draw, you will be a sole leader. If you can tell us how usually your day looks here, what is the routine?
Yeah, I have to prepare something, like, I don't know, 30 minutes, maybe 1 hour, but I'm a huge fan of sleeping before the game to save energy to the game, and to be 100%, to save 100% of my energy to the game, because for me opening is not so important, and that's why like my day looks like. So yeah, I'm a huge fan of taking.
I like that.
I like
that. I like that. And is there any, because Poland has one of the biggest delegation here, a lot of players, and is there any games that as a team everyone plays, or how usually after the game looks like for you?
Yeah, we are going to the we go to the dinner together with all participants of Poland, and after this I'm going with my friends to run something like 1 hour or just walking, and that's all, because everyone wants to everyone gets tired after the game, so yeah. We
Save the energy for the
for
games, I
for the next
suppose.
days, yeah.
Yeah, that is amazing that you come here and show us all these lines. I wish all the best for the rest of the game, and it is really difficult to play against your friend indeed.
Yeah.
We hope that everything stands well for you too.
Thank you.
And hope to see you once again in our studio for the last game. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You guys, we're taking a short break and we'll be back with more games. Coming back at the final segment, very likely for the round 7 at FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. This is the round where we have decisive games in all the segments. Some of them are already down and some of them are in progress. Keti and Arturs in the studio. And Arturs, we have still top 2 boards on the platform podium playing. Which is the game we want to pop up first?
Right. Probably it makes sense to continue, Keti, with the open section number 16, under 16, because this is where the current leader, Jakub Seeman, after defeating Jan Klimkowski, was talking about, and I think that we could have a closer eye what's happening there. And there have been some developments in this game, because I was briefly looking at the interview with Jakub there, and again, it was quite difficult to estimate the position, but now the queens are off the board. And I think it should be a bit easier to make our prognosis, what's happening here. And I think that white is having the better chances. That's what it feels like, because I have these ideas. Let's say, I'm not sure if I have to take on b6 or not.
Actually, he did not take on b6. He played h5 already. And I like that idea, because you are not bringing black's king into the one file closer. You allow your opponent to capture this pawn, and you are closer to make another move.
That's right. So it feels, if somebody should be winning this, it's white. That's what it feels like, right? So h5, let's put it something like b takes and a5.
It's already on the board. h6 also on the board.
h6 is on the board. So let's try it a4, g5, a3, bishop e, d5. I'm stopping this pawn. And the only chance here, I think, for Anand is to somehow attack this rook. with this rook the bishop, so that white cannot make a progress. For example, rook d8, assuming you can't make any progress, but I think I can. I could just play h7.
Can play h7, and you were the first two queens here, Arturs. But what about also? What about also move like bishop f7? And if you attack the bishop again, then I'm gonna guard g6. Let's say rook to f8. I'm gonna guard with g6, and once again.
It looks a bit more complex. Yeah, but it's probably still winning. Yeah, probably. Although
Queen g7 is very complex.
Yeah, that's not complex at all. Okay, you saw a different winning idea. It doesn't matter. It seems that indeed here Leonardo has things under control, and after a very sharp game, which could have gone either way, it seems that the young German is going to prevail here and come closer to the only leader at the moment, who is Jakob Seemann, who has right now 6.5 points out of 7, and then we could have potentially another clash of leaders. I mean, it's every round, Keti, every round is very important matchups between two leaders. So most likely, if Costa wins this, tomorrow they will have a showdown with two leaders, Jakob Seemann versus Leonardo Costa on the top board.
That's right. And we do have also some of the boards in progress. I think there was a board number 2 under 14. Oh, this game is still in progress. Interesting.
You mean under 18?
Under 14 girls.
You want to go to girls? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, but by the way, I just clicked accidentally to category under 18, where we are seeing this one of the positions we already looked at, Keti.
We have the consequences of accidents. Let's go on.
All right. So F1 queen. We looked at this, and apparently here, white was unable to find anything better. This is going to be a draw between Ansat and Ilan Party, and I think we can move on to the category that you suggested.
I'm quite surprising that this game we have still in progress. Girls under 14, second board, Afruza against Oksana. This game was so good for white. It is perhaps still, but black is standing still in the game. What is the position?
I mean, I think that the danger is not yet over for Oksana, but she has somehow managed to survive. I mean, last time we looked at this, oh my goodness, now I have to scroll it way ago. No, even before this. It was about here, where we had a feeling white should be winning. Yeah, beautiful position, strong knight on e5, exposed king, a lot of deadly threats. But apparently Hamdanova was unable to find anything more concrete than giving up the knight for the bishop. Rook d3, queen f6, queen d2, king f7. And now this position no longer is so clear because Goryachkina managed to consolidate her position, bring the king to the safety, and white's advantage already is quite limited. And this is the reason why Hamdanova decided to create another target at the queen's side, push aggressively forward the b pawn, king f7, queen d2, queen d5, threatening with all kinds of threats, f4, g4, might be still very dangerous for Goryachkina here, because I see a very dangerous threat, queen d3 check, which is quite difficult to parry.
Arturs, actually, there's queen c2. If we can pass any move, queen c2, king goes on f7, and queen c7, very dangerous queen trade. And once you trade the queens, the pawn will be unstoppable. King f7 and queen to
king
c7.
f7.
Yeah.
All right, I thought king f6. Okay.
No, king f7.
Oh, wait, maybe... Yeah, but how do you make this random move? That's the question, yeah?
Yeah.
That's a brilliant point. Queen c2 check, king f7 and queen
Queen
c7.
c7.
You trade the queens, this pawn is advancing.
Yeah.
All right. What about f3 check here?
Let's check it out after f3, what happens.
Goryachkina already has made a move. So, what is it?
Let's zoom a little bit so we can figure it out.
Queen f6, yeah? I think it's queen f6. Yeah, we could zoom in. There you go. Queen f6 hits the pawn on h4. King h3 makes sense unless there's a more direct continuation. I think white should be still winning this. This king is so weak, and as much as Goryachkina would love to
King h4.
trade queens, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. King h4 stands strong together. White's pieces are very active here, and actually it's a quite smart way how Arturs played here, outplayed in this better position. She doesn't have any material advantage, but the strong pieces against the weak king, and a lot of threats on the board, such as queen to c2, queen to d3, and some of the threats are simply unstoppable.
That's right. Yeah, it's very difficult to suggest something to Goryachkina here. The clock is ticking. The defense is very difficult to find. And I mean, when you're defending Keti for like 5 hours straight, it's so difficult to remain objective. And maybe there already is no defense. White's threats are looming from every side. So she plays king of 7, tries to hold on. We don't have a clock update. You can see it on the screens yourselves. But there's a bit delay in the transmission. Something like h5 makes a lot of sense here to stop this king returning back to g6. Rook d8 looks very tempting. Try to attack from this side as well.
Yeah, rook b8 is another move.
Rook b8 is a great move. Hitting the pawn on b7. Could be some other moves, slower moves like f3, not forcing matters. There's the clock, and you can see Goryachkina is down on 58 seconds. Not
That's
looking
so
good
difficult.
for
And
black.
there will be no other time increment here for black.
No, that's it. The time control in the tournament is 90 minutes for 40 moves, 30 minutes after move 40, plus 30 seconds every made move, but that's it. There's no third time control. I would not be surprised to see even something like f3 here. No, queen
check.
b7. She goes for a more direct continuation. I guess king g6 looks risky. There could be some sort of h5 mate. So most likely queen e7 and... she wants to play queen d4. Hit the pawn on f4 and queen f6 drops the queen, rook f8. So this is her idea. King g6, definitely a mate somewhere. King g6, h5, king g5.
Queen b5.
Queen, what?
Queen b5 check.
Queen b5,
E5.
e5, and
Rook e8 perhaps.
rook e8, yeah. So, yeah, black should be completely losing here. And she does right, king g6. Okay. Why not? King g6 is on the board. Oh, look, could be some menacing moves, queen b5 as well. I love these diagonal checks, Keti. Try the mate. If you go back, there's mate on e8.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, this queen is very resourceful. I think we're witnessing the final moves, the final moments of this game, where Hamdanova is very close to score a victory, although it's material equality. Black's king's safety is going to decide this game. And if Kamdanova wins this, this might essentially mean a showdown tomorrow between the current leader, Anastasia Kitaze, versus Kamdanova.
Oh, what a match it will be ahead of us. I love how White is here managing her clock. She's not blitzing out. There are so many checks, beautiful looking checks. I'm sure she already sees some of the decisive variations, but she sits back and she's figuring out everything. There's nothing to rush. 8 minutes is more than enough in this time. And she makes really precise moves here. Queen to d3 check, forces king to go back on f7. And let's see now what will be her move. Any move now, rook to b8, rook to d8, would work it out. I still like this move, h5. Rook to d, queen to d6 is another move. That rook f8 will be the next
I think everything
suggestion. Everything here is good, but I love the way how she takes her time. Rook to b8, attacking b7.
All right. How do you defend this pawn? Probably queen e7, most likely will follow. Oh, queen e7, queen f3. This is what she wants.
Oh, nice.
Hit the pawn on f4, hit the pawn on b7.
Yeah.
Very practical.
Yeah, smart.
I mean, if you... Actually, this brings up a very nice joke, Keti. If you can give a checkmate in 5 moves, or you collect the rook, what do you do?
Checkmate in 5 or
Yeah,
rook?
you can give a checkmate in 5 moves or collect
Yeah.
the rook. What do you do?
Checkmate in 5?
No, you collect the rook. Because there might be no checkmate in 5.
Mine. Yeah, it's actually quite smart.
So
It's actually
this is,
quite smart. Yeah.
I think this is what Kamdanova is doing. So she's not looking for this forced checkmate. Just collect the pawn. Maybe if she can win a queen, fine. It's
Yeah.
winning. Queen e7 is played by Oksana here. I'm pretty sure we are... Queen e4 also looks good. Maybe even better than queen f3. Queen e4 is a very nice centralizing move. Although it allows queen a3 check. Yeah, maybe queen f3 is a bit cleaner.
Yeah, she will go for that. And then black will have huge problem to hold in queen to f3. I love how she plays. This is very clean.
At the same time, also look at this. Not only Kamdanova is thinking about her plans, but also she is keeping a close eye on the counter chances, not to miss some unexpected checks, which could have unforeseen consequences. Very careful play.
All right, you can't fall here for rook to b7. But what else you can do? Then the pawn on f4 hangs. She goes queen to d6 now, gives up the pawn on b7 with a check, and keeps the f pawn alive. But this seems to be just a matter of time.
Yeah. So I think that what Goryachkina, the final chance that she has here is to give up this pawn, offer white to trade the rooks, and if white will be very busy with promoting the b pawn, maybe this is going to give black some ideas for the perpetual check somewhere, somehow. Should not happen though, but it's a nice practical idea. Rook b7 is played. Or do you go with the king? Yeah, no good advice here. Maybe king f6. The final moves could be queen c3, e5, take on g7, thread the queen trade, which should be the end of the game. Let's follow this until it plays out.
Oh, that's actually, I think, inevitable idea to trade the rooks, queen c3 and queen c7. She might already sees that.
King g8 instead. Yeah, I think this is the cleanest. Trade it and play queen c3 with queen trade. Let's just put it on the board. Take it here, queen c7, queen c3, threading queen c7. If you go king g8, there's queen c8, queen c7. Queens get traded. If you play king g6, there's h5. That's it. King g5 is a mate on the board. King h7 or king f7, his queens get traded. So it's official, quite official, that Kamdanova is going to win this after queen c3 or after the rook trade queen c3. If she's going to find it, I'm sure she's going to find it. There you go. We see the rook trades. Maybe follow one more move to see if she finds queen c3. If she does, she does. We assume that resignation is imminent. We might see it on the camera, but my suggestion is we move on.
Yeah, we can move on, and let's go first to check out Girls Under 18. This game is still in progress on the first board, Girls Under 18.
All right. That is the game of Ayana Alkhverdieva versus Yelizaveta Khrebenshikova. This game has been absolutely mind-boggling game, starting since the very sharp Sicilian Tamanov, where Alkhverdieva played an interesting new idea, which was responded accordingly by Khrebenshikova. And this was also the game where Alkhverdieva sacrificed this piece on e6, knight x on e6 with very beautiful complications. And now it seems that the action has calmed down. At some point, Khrebenshikova in the endgame had winning chances. So if you would go back a couple of moves, like I'm not sure exactly where. Something like after the second time control. They had this position. Actually, it was Krebenchikova who was up 2 pawns with excellent winning chances. So apparently she misplayed something. This could have been a major result for the top seeded player because she is half a point behind the leader. Alekvardieva is the only leader with 5.5 points out of 6, and Krebenchikova needed this victory. But she apparently was unable to capitalize on those extra 2 pawns. White won 1 pawn back. Now drops the second pawn.
Yes, and we just got the sign that the game under 14 second board has been ended. And yeah, the result will not really change, so we keep the eye on this game. King to d3, black is trying to keep the active pieces on the board. Checkmate in 1 is never a bad idea. So white has to find a way either to give a check with the rook or with a knight. Both are possible here, knight f4 or rook to d8.
Yeah, knight f4 looks very human, I think. But I like it better than rook d8. Just remove any mate threats.
Do you want another checkmate here? Knight f4.
Yeah.
King c3.
Yeah.
Rook
e2.
Yeah.
This is a helpmate, essentially. Both of the players collaborate to make a mate happen. Special study. I think this game's getting to a draw, and yeah, I think that Krebenchikova must know, of course, that she missed a major opportunity. Of course, the tournament remains wide open, because if the game finishes as we are predicting, of course, this mate is not happening, then it's going to be a draw, and
we're gonna have very least 2 leaders, Rachel Fu and Alpaeva Alien with 6 points, and also third board we had players with 5 points each, so we might have tied 3 times after round 7. Arturs, I suggest to go back under 18 open. I guess there was this very interesting endgame if we still have under 16.
All right. Look at that. I mean, Anand is fighting. He's fighting and finding resources. The A pawn is threatening to move forward. So here, Leonardo has to make very careful calculations. Black is threatening a3, and now this king on c5 takes care of the d5 square. How do your pawns actually move?
G6 maybe? G6, a2, a3?
I think we have to show you can't take it.
Yeah, you can't take because of this. And after a2, let's say g7, rook goes somewhere, let's say on d8.
All right. There could be moves like bishop d5. Yeah, king d5, h7, I promote with a check.
Love it. Yeah.
This is lovely. I mean, maybe there's more victory than this.
It's beautiful, actually.
I mean, you can even queen. I think here, queen, you have an extra piece. So also should be winning and probably no perpetual. So instead, h6 is on the board. Oh, h6 is already won. Was on the board. What did he play?
Bishop to d1.
Bishop d1.
So the idea is that if you play a3, then bishop b3. Oh, what happened here? They're talking?
Yeah, that should be a draw. No, they're discussing something. Krebenchikova versus Alekvardieva.
That's too emotional.
Alekvardieva tries to explain
what are you doing here? You could play this.
Why you were going there and not there? What I'm showing you. And after there, I had this move. And Krebenchikova was like, I don't know. I didn't see this. Alekvardieva says, you should have. I mean, we don't really know what they're discussing, but...
Yeah, clearly here Ayan is quite satisfied with her results. Maybe there was some chances in the end.
It's a draw, of course. I mean, nothing happened there. It's a draw. You see the king's picks on the board, but I love this actually moment. I know it's not supposed to happen. Of course, now one of the officials are going to come here and say, Tsk, you know, you can't talk here. There's still an ongoing game. But this happens at every level, at the club level, at the World Youth Championship, even at the highest World Championship levels. The players want to share their thoughts with the opponent right after the game while the opinion is hot. And they
Oh,
feel
I
they
like
have so
how
much to
she's
say.
doing it. She's quite emotional, which we like to see in chess. Players are usually very reserved with emotions.
I mean,
but
usually they're very
uh,
critical of themselves. You know, I know this because they're talking,
Critical?
I missed this thing and I should have done this and I played so bad, and they share some jokes, etc. At least you can see Ayana is happy, relieved. She knows she was
It was
close
a
being lost.
big challenge for both of them, and very long game, very long game. Wow. What is still, tense fight? We have here rating favorites, but that doesn't really mean that all the rating favorites are the favorites in the standings. So less and less games in progress, and we have still these two ladies talking against. This is the game they would like to analyze together.
I'm not sure they're going to go to the analysis room, to be honest. I think it is also one of the reasons why people like to analyze right here, right now, because then you have to get up, you have to go to the analysis room, it's already late evening, you want to go to the dinner. So that's why very often people, share a couple of first thoughts right here at the desk. And when comes the arbiter says shush, they don't want to analyze anything. They already have exchanged some thoughts and they just move on.
Yeah, but this arbiter here was very polite to let them talk, because they are like really few games on the stage in progress, and that's also a very, very nice gesture from him. Well, they're still talking. Let's now go to the next game.
They can't agree about something, right? Maybe they have different opinions. Sometimes this happens,
No.
You don't? I mean,
No.
sometimes this happens when you have the different opinions with the opponent. You can't agree. One of them says, "I was completely winning with its attack," and the other says, "No."
No, they might be very good friends, or they know each other, and sometimes you don't necessarily talk about chess. So.
What do you think are they talking about? There?
Oh, yeah. No, they are still now analyzing. We can see that.
I don't imagine them.
And
talking
the arbiter
about
had
pasta.
enough now. Like, okay, girls, I let you talk, but now basta, enough. Let's finish this discussion here. And the other game. Oh, queen on the board. G8 queen has been promoted. Pawn.
Yeah, we're missing a couple of moves because the official broadcast, I think it goes up to the move of...
There's G7.
What? Here?
58. No, no.
What? Where? I lost it. Here? Yeah. A3. Here. G7. The rook is gone. I think this is the position, yeah? Okay, I mean, it's safe to assume that Costa is winning this. I mean, it would be great, of course, for black to take the pawn in f5 position, the king in the corner. It's not going to happen, so I think we're seeing right now the final moves of this game, so we could maybe go full screen, because that's it. Everybody else on... There you go, there's the resignation. So Leonardo Costa wins his very important game against the Mongolian Batu Hanan, and that means that there are two players in the open section under 16 with 6.5 points out of 7, and their names are Jakob Seeman, who was earlier here with us in the studio talking about his game, how he feels in this tournament, and a showdown tomorrow versus the German Leonardo Costa.
Yep, and the last game here on the top boards today, we are witnessing the final of the game. They're just in the pieces and signing the score sheets. Whatever happened today, all the players have to put it in the past and get ready for tomorrow, round 8. We have last rounds ahead of us. This is 11th round tournament. Nothing is yet decided. Anything can be happened at the last moment, even last game. So no one is guaranteed with a medal yet. But in the end of the tournament, we're going to have new world champions in the 6 categories: under 14, under 16, and under 18 in open. And the girls, we will have the graphics of the results of today in a second popping up on the screen. So this is our beautiful city, Montesilvano, where the tournament is happening, and the players are having some of the chances sometimes to play some of the games on the seaside, or just to enjoy to walk in the evening after the games. And there we go, we have the results. Arturs, what happened in the girls section?
So the most exciting game of the round, I guess, was Alakverdieva's draw versus Hrebenchkova, the game we just witnessed it to finish. This means that Alakverdieva keeps her lead. The second boy, Rochelle Wu, the only woman grandmaster on the field, was clearly victorious over Michaela Jana Trifoy, stopping her winning streak. Girls under 16, we saw quite a bit turnaround because Alua Nurmanova, the top-seeded player, was having the better position after the opening against the leader, Chukiao Wang. However, she missed the pawn and was later outplayed, thus allowing Chukiao solidify her lead in the overall rankings. Girls under 16, we also saw Alexandra Shvedova taking care of the better position versus Michelle Trans from Germany. This allows her to climb closer to the leader with 6 points out of 7. Girls under 14, we saw Anastasia Kirtaze beating Anna Shukman, the top-seeded player from representing FIDE, and also Keti was interviewing her here in the studio. And also Kamdanova's nice converting victory over Oksana Guryachkina.
That's right. In the open section, we have also most of the games done, and on the top boards, we do have Grabnev winning in the open section and takes the leader's position, as the second board was a draw. Under 16, we do have 2 co-leaders, Siman and Costa, and under 14, the most decisive game in this category was Tran against Vetohin, and the player from Vietnam won this very important match. Pavel Sovitsky was very lucky today with a fancy checkmate, and tomorrow he will face most probably to Tran to battle it out who will be the leader in this competition. So this is the very end of the round 7. The round 8 comes tomorrow, same time. Arturs, any final words today?
Round 8, more rounds to play. Of course, 4 rounds until the very finish. Nothing is clear, but I think what we can expect from tomorrow's round, Keti, is that more heavyweights, they're going to fight against each other. But I think after every passing round, it already becomes more and more clear which are going to be the players fighting for the medals here. In the open section under 18, I think Grabnev right now is clearly the best player so far. I don't see at least anybody challenging him. It might change rapidly in just one round, but at the moment he's doing really great. Open 16, so unpredictable, because the first 6 rounds it was Klimkovsky who was going like a steam train forward, perfect score 6 out of 6. He was stopped by his good friend Jakub Seeman, and again, tournament is wide open. Very difficult to predict, but I think Seeman, Klimkovsky and Costa, they could be the favorites for the top trio. Open section under 14 must be Kam's perfect chance to win the tournament, because beating in a very clutch game Sava Vetochin should be a turning point for the tournament.
Right. Well, summarized all the categories, Arturs. We are inviting you guys tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time for the round 8. We have to say goodbye now.
Bye.